Dr. Jose.
A very good morning to distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and respected participants. Welcome to this plenary session on institution, governance, and public policy for regenerativeness. Today, we are very fortunate to have among us the visionary thinkers, practitioners, and the leaders whose work spans systems thinking, governance, rural transformation, public policy, and institutional reform. Their insights will help us explore how our governance systems at local, national, and global levels can move beyond sustainability toward true regenerativeness, enabling societies to heal, rebuild, and thrive. To guide this critical conversation, I'm pleased to introduce our plenary session speakers. So it is my pleasure to introduce you to all with a scholar practitioner whose lifelong work has been deeply rooted in rural development, decentralized governance, and participatory planning, and the areas that are very fundamental to any conversation on regenerative public policy and institutional transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Jose Chatgulam, Director, Center for Rural Management, Kottayam. A big round of applause for him. Sir will be joining us via online. We have with us Professor Ram Kumar Kakani, Vice Chancellor, RV University, former Director, IIM Raipur. A big round of applause for him. With us, we also have somebody whose remarkable practice work at grassroots governance and life and work that exemplify what regenerative development looks like in practice. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ilango Ramaswamy, President, Panchayat of Kutumbakam, Tamil Nadu. And with a big round of applause, I would like to introduce you to our distinguished speaker, Professor Eisen Ray, President, International Federation of Systems Research, Professor Emeritus, Open University, UK. A big round of applause for him. It is now my honor to introduce a global leader in the field of public administration, performance management, and governance reforms. Someone whose contributions span academia, government, international organization, and multilateral policy leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Prajapati Trivedi, Distinguished Professor at the Management Development Institute, Gurgaon. And I'm pleased to honor to introduce you to all with our plenary session chair and discussion, Professor Shishir Kumar Jha, Ashang Desai, Center for Policy Studies, IIT Bombay. Professor Jha brings over 25 years of experience in teaching and research with a focus on the political economy of digitization, governance, digital markets, and data policy. A big round of applause for him. So I hope we are good to go and start the session. I'll hand over the room to Professor Jha.
Recording in progress.
Very good morning to everyone. I'm Shishir Kumar Jha. As was mentioned, I'm a faculty at the Ashang Desai Center for Policy Studies. Given that we have limited time, we want to start right away. And also, before I move ahead, I really want to thank Professor Amar for creating this opportunity, and at XIM for this wonderful space and the kind of structure that you have for a conference like this. Thank you so much. So we can start, Professor Jose, is that fine? Can we begin? So we would like to have everybody be given about 10 minutes so that we have time for Q&A session at the end. Yes? So we can. Yeah, Professor Jose, if you're ready.
Sir, you can start the presentation. He's not there. He's not. He's not there. I think. He's not there. Professor Joe is not there. So we can just move on to the next one.
Next one is Professor Ram Kakani, right?
Yeah.
So I think we have lost Professor Jose online, so maybe we'll join later. Professor Ram, would that be fine if you could start? Yes? Okay.
Perfect, sir. Thank you so much. I'll try to do justice, and thank you, Professor Shishir. So, respected dignitaries, colleagues, and dear students, it's a privilege to speak on this subject that is central to the future of our nation: institutions, governance, and public policy for regenerativeness. Allow me to begin with the story of Panchatantra. Given that I've been, I hope the story makes sense, but given that I've been given the opening this thing, let me start with that. In a forest long ago, crows and owls were locked in a constant conflict. The crows, clever but impulsive, attacked without foresight. And the owls, wise and patient, especially the red owl, gathered in council each night to deliberate before acting. So, one elder owl reminded them strength without strategy is wasted, and this red owl also stated strategy without foresight is dangerous. When the crows plotted a fiery assault, the owls foresaw the risk of the flames spreading and consuming the forest itself. So instead of retaliating blindly, even though more powerful, they chose restraint, protecting the forest canopy that gave life to both the species. Over time, this prudence preserved not just their own survival but the regenerating balance of the forest. The tale is more than a folklore, it is a metaphor for the science of regenerativeness. Some of the take homes are institutions are as councils of wisdom. Like the owls, institutions could be designed as forums of deliberation, harmonizing diverse variables across social, ecological, and economic dimensions. Governance as foresight. Policy is not about short term victories, but about diagnosing degenerative tendencies and synthesizing regenerative pathways. It requires recognizing the interconnections, interdependence, and interactions of multiple forces in an ecosystem. Third, regenerativeness as a restraint and balance. True sustainability lies in protecting the canopy, the ecosystem of life, matter, and moral fabric that nurtures all the stakeholders. Regenerativeness emerges when intent shifts from self-centered to other-centered, or what Professor Amar Nayak call as all system sustainability, harmonizing one's actions with the whole. As this Panchtantra reminds us, governance is not merely about power, but about foresight, the ability to protect the canopy under which future generations will thrive. Why begin with this tale? Because it speaks directly to our theme today: institutions, governance, and public policy for regenerativeness. Given my own 1 decade plus of experience of the government, as well as about 2 decades of experience in private spaces, especially leadership roles in both the spaces, institutions like the Council of Owls must be more than instruments of authority. They must embody evolving systems of wisdom. Governance must move beyond what I call as linear fixes to embrace the complexity of interacting variables. And regenerativeness demands that we safeguard the commons, the social, the living, the non living, ecological, and moral canopy, so that life can continually renew itself. And as we deliberate this particular topic at Exam Bhubaneswar, and as I've been kind of given a small opportunity to be part of this, let me share 3 to 4 things which I think, to my knowledge, is very important. It is extremely important for decision makers to shadow each other before essentially getting into their own narrow philosophies which guide them to take their own calls. The social experiences, the kind of mindset and perspectives each one has, whether it is not for profit sector, government sector, or the private sector, they're very, very different. First. Second, it will immensely help in reducing the trust deficit, which to a large extent mars most of the decision making and, in some sense, delays aspects related to the same. In that sense, I would possibly call for adaptive leadership that responds to uncertainty, transparency that builds credibility, and empathy that connects governance with the citizens. I'm talking more from the perspective of the public policy governance. I will revert a little later as the comments from our members flow if there is a need, and I will keep myself, you can say, muted and listen to honorable other panel members and the questions and answers that are there. Thank you so much, Professor Shishir, for giving me this opportunity. I hope this makes sense. Thank you. Regards.
Thank you, Professor Ram Kakani. We have next Professor Ilango. Professor Ilango, are you ready?
Yeah. Hello, I'm audible?
Yes. So you'd like to speak, right?
Or Dr. Jose has joined. You want to finish him?
Yeah, we can have him after you speak, and then we can go back to Professor Jose.
Okay, yeah. So my PPT. It's not there.
No, we have not.
I had sent, of course, to your mail.
Okay. So will you be able to, share it right now?
Mr. Shishir, I think Dr. Jose is there, so his presentation is already there. Maybe we close it in, and then Professor Elango can.
Yeah, that's
By
okay.
that time, we might receive his presentation also.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's perhaps we can go with Professor Jose. Yeah, can upload it.
Professor Jose, please start.
Professor Joe, we cannot hear you.
Sir, we are unable to hear you. No, sir, I think we can't hear you.
Professor Jose, can you perhaps re-log in, or there is something that we are not able to hear you? I know that was the plan, but let me give him a minute maybe. Oh, he's backed up. Well, the internet world is always full of challenges. Not recently. Professor Lango, do you have your slides you can share right now?
I think it may be difficult for me to open all these things. I can talk.
He can.
I'll give my.
I can just write chat.
So can you,
I
yeah,
sent
maybe perhaps
yesterday night
can you speak?
Yesterday night I shared this to your mail.
Okay. So Ilangu is on there, no? Where are the things?
Sir, it's all PPTs are on the desktop. So if you just click your desktop.
Just see.
So Professor Joe's is there, yours is there, but Tilango's sir is we don't have. So if
And
you
he
could
can
just
speak.
ask him which mail ID he shared it with, so we can just.
Professor Ilango, perhaps you can speak. We are not able to find the slide. If you can.
I can speak.
Yeah, okay.
Because it's a
So
simple thing.
we can proceed. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So good morning to you all. It's again regenerativeness in the village context. I want to share a few things. It's and central government all are there in a joint effort. Every village can work on regenerativeness. So that's where I was a panchayat leader. I was a elected panchayat president for 10 years. So with my scientific experience I tried to, my panchayat tried to do a lot for the development. Generally, development means we all feel that when I was young, development means constructing bridges, constructing big buildings, constructing big school buildings. Sometimes even don't bother about a river. Take the sand and construct buildings. And it may be a small hill, finish it and put a nice road. That was the drive in the meaning of development. After some time, maybe for 2 decades or 3 decades, the whole world or even a village level also, people started thinking about smaller, I mean, stop all these things. The forest must be there, trees must be there, the rivers are there, no sand. Because of that, the water depletion is happening. So now stop taking sand and find the alternatives. That kind of alternatives, it's called sustainable. So people started talking about sustainable development. Yes, we were all changing. Day by day, the availability of rain or the seasonal rain is changing. So day by day, the community, the village community is facing the problem. The communities are facing the problem. So now it's a high time. People are talking about regenerative. So water got depleted. Now how to see that you can recharge it. The sand is not available in the rivers. See that maybe now you start in 5 years time, 10 years time, 20 years time, the river can be rejuvenated. So these kind of efforts are taking place now. Now this is really the regenerative thinking. And in a village level, it's very interesting that it's small community. We can call a Gram Sabha. As per the Panchayat Act, Gram Sabha is a people's parliament. Every village, the Gram Sabha can assemble. We can call the Gram Sabha. The Panchayat can call the Gram Sabha, explain about this. And the people, certainly it is good for them, good for their future. Naturally, they understand, they come forward to do their best. Then coupling this with the government initiatives and other initiatives, maybe the institutions, the educational institutions, research institutions, coupling all these people, I mean all these institutions, it's possible to make a change in a village level. That's where the decentralization, the decentralized system is possible. So my idea was, or our idea was, trying to create model for this. When one village or few villages or a cluster of villages, if they are able to form together and demonstrate these models, so naturally then there is a possibility of spreading this horizontally. So that's where we work on creating models for all regenerative development, sustainable development, and then network of villages. Then because of that network, it's again closed community. There is a possibility to go for even ecological, economic, social, cultural developments, keeping regenerativeness as a package. So we are working models, and interestingly, we created a model around our village. It's called Kudambakam Network Model. Now we are spreading this to Panchayat clusters across Tamil Nadu, at least 2-3 such clusters in every district, so that it's really spreading. And yes, so this is really coming up in a big way. For this reason, in my own village, I promoted a concept called, you can, next one. Yeah, this one, in a village level or in a cluster level, it's very much possible to achieve all these things. In my village, Kudambakam, it has proven variety of things. Interestingly, now we are keen in spreading this horizontally, and for future, building the future, we are keen in working with the children, schools, education, and the children are really taught while teaching the normal education. While we are equipping them with the normal education, we see that all the components of regenerativeness is embedded in that, so that the future, the generation is also well equipped for that. This is a very decentralized manner. It's very much confidently, I mean, a lot of confidence we gain, and it's spreading like anything. Next. Next one. Yeah. So what I want to share is in Tamil Nadu, then we are working in all the districts, almost 60% of the districts. We are creating panchayat level clusters and highlighting, hooking the models with the emerging clusters. It's really spreading horizontally well. And yes, with this, I think the simple idea, and what we want to emphasize is the constitutionally India has got enormous, this particularly 73rd, 74th constitutional amendments, decentralized governance, village level, again small town level, or even a big city level, in a decentralized, using the decentralized governing system, and all these things can be transmitted to the community. This is what I want to share. Thank you for listening.
So, Professor Prajapati, would you, yeah. Please come.
Yes.
All right, good morning. Given the quality and the way we are working, it may be best to convey my messages clearly. And I do have a PowerPoint, but let's work on off PowerPoint at this point. I'm not sure whether our colleagues can see it or not, but thank you very much. They can, okay. I am absolutely honored and delighted to be here. There's no doubt about that. That I'll start with two simple messages right away, and then I can go into the PowerPoint and explain what I mean. The important thing is this is the fourth conference, as you can see, and to me, as someone who has worked in government, nonprofit all my life, and how are we sure that you're doing that? So I think we should have, and Professor Amar Naik is here, we should have a challenge to ourselves the next time when we meet for the 5th International Conference on Regenerative Ecosystems, we should be able to say we have made progress or we have not made progress. What do we mean by this? How do we measure we are making progress? If we don't measure, then anything is all right. All good ideas are good ideas. How do we know they're going in one direction? You know, you can say, well, I'm for human rights, but if you can't measure human rights, and you know, that's why there's a human rights index. There is an index for democracy. You can say, I'm a democracy, but what kind of democracy? Where are you going? So I think I belong to the school that I find there is nothing in the world that you can't measure. Anything worthwhile you can measure. You may not measure it exactly, but there are good proxies available. My job in the government was, believe it or not, and this was not my idea, it was the Administrative Reform Commission's idea, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th Pay Commission's idea, that we must measure the performance of government. Till now they said, well, we are government, we do all the good things. How can you measure our performance? We are for people. Well, you may be for people, but how do we know that you're for people? You're not against people. So there must be a measure. And I have no doubt in my life, I have not come across, as Secretary of Performance Management in the government, 80 secretaries I had to report to the Prime Minister what they're doing. And each one of them said, you know, Prof, I do such important things. I am for Secretary Water. How can you measure my performance? Without water, there is no education, there is no nothing possible. I said, that may be so, but we'll still measure your performance. You're important, you do good things, but we must know that you're doing good. So how do you measure performance is very simple. And I'm happy to work in this area with Professor Naik, if he wishes, is basically the difference between what you say and what you do. First of all, if you can't tell a person what you're going to do, that means you're not doing anything. Just good ideas, you know, I'm going to be like this, I'm going to do conserve. What do you mean by conserve? What do you mean by interactive systems, and how do you measure they are interactive? And how do we know you're preserving them? How do we know you're not damaging them? How do we know that your good work here is not affecting, because it's all, as I have learned, it's all interactive, evolving systems. They're all related. So therefore, we can't say I'm doing this thing, but I don't care about it's part of the entire thing. So my big message is, one of the decisions of this conference should be, if it is to be successful, that how do we measure what we are doing as a group? And if that is one thing that comes out of this conference, that would be, I think, a solid, solid achievement to humanity, not just to this field. So that's number one. Second point that I would like to make is that it's not enough to have a big index for GDP. GDP is an index. I mean, after all, how do we say this country is better than the other is doing? You know, we have a ranking, and we measure our entire output through GDP. Whether we like it, it's not perfect. As an economist, I tell you, you know, only we know how imperfect it is. But it's the best we have. Till somebody tells us the better way of measuring the overall output of the economy, GDP is the best indicator. Right? It may not be perfect, but it's the best. So likewise, we have to come up with an indicator. That should be our challenge. We are all doing good things in our lives. But are we as a group making that progress? Are we getting the message across? Even if an institution wants to say that I want to contribute to your cause, how do they know they're contributing? You know, we just say, all right, you do a few things and report to us that you're doing. So therefore, that's my one big message, and it has been done. I, for one, haven't found an organization. If we can evaluate universities and rank them, we certainly can rank ecosystems. This can't be a rocket science, right? So that should be our number one message, that not only should we be able to say whether as a whole the country, are we moving in the right direction when it comes to preserving the ecosystems and regeneration. And I'm a very big one. I can talk about regeneration in a minute. In the Commonwealth Secretariat where I worked, we championed regeneration for a while, and I'll come to that in a minute. But that's the big message. I'll just go through some of the points. For this presentation, I've called it Effective Management of Regenerative Ecosystem. That's what we're really talking about, effective management of regenerative ecosystems. And one is a theory of change. Three big concepts, if you can take from this little talk that I have, then that will be fine. One would be the theory of change, the importance of systems, and finally, the bottom line. If not for profit, then what you're for. These 3 points, if you carry this morning, it'll be great. So I assured you, the competitive advantage of nations no more depends on resource endowments, not even on generation of ideas, but the ability to implement ideas. That is true for this conference also. It's not going to help us to generate new ideas or do very fine things till we are able to implement some of these ideas. We must know when we implement. And I think in many conferences we generate ideas, meet again to generate ideas, but we have such a backlog of good ideas which are unimplemented. So why not focus on getting rid of that backlog? And this, as I said, is absolutely true for all interacting, evolving systems science, which I'm beginning to get a hang of now. So first is only 3 ideas I'll leave you this morning. One is the theory of change. We must have clarity on what is our theory of change. We must have a sense of importance of systems, that we individuals can do a lot, but the systems are required to really achieve big things. Democracy is the system. We are great, we can have individual freedoms, but if we don't have democracy in the country, it's not going to make much of a difference. The bottom line, and the third point I will say is bottom line. We must be able to measure the bottom line of all good things we do, whether it's charity. As my good professor at the London School of Economics, Professor Sen, I was fortunate to be his student at LSE. He used to say, and I have devoted my career taking his message and refining it. He wrote a paper in Kerala University, he gave a lecture. The title of the paper was this: if not for profit, what are you for? We agree you're not for, because this was for public enterprises. Public enterprises used to say, we are not for profit. Okay, you're not for profit, what are you for? And the problem starts when you don't define what you're for. Then you go into from being accountable to completely unaccountable. Because you're saying, I'm great, judge me by my greatness, don't ask me questions, I do things profit can't measure. We can agree, but what do you do? And so I have, since then, 74 till today, not come across a single organization that can't be held accountable. Whether it's universities, whether it's orphanages, whether they're schools. So we must, and I urge, we must rise up. If this conference has to make any difference, we must know the bottom line before we all put our heads together and energies in moving in that direction. So let me just tell you what a theory of change is. All policies, including the regeneration, requires inputs. You have some activities. You go on to have some outputs. You have some outcomes. And then you achieve your goal, which is a very balanced ecosystem with focus on regeneration. Okay? But you'd have to have a theory of change. How are you going to start? Where would you put the money? This can't be that we'll just talk about the end goal and ignore the theory of change. It will not happen on its own. It will require going through this process. And everybody goes through this. So regeneration of ecosystem is our goal, but how do we get there? And this getting there is called public policy. And it's not rocket science to figure out how do you get there. You start from regeneration of ecosystem. Which ecosystem are you talking about? Your own city, town, the nation? Let's define that, the boundaries. And then you say, I've taken an example of child mortality so that, just to give you an example, if we talk about, I'm not an expert on regeneration, so giving you examples, I may make mistakes and I may be called up. So therefore, I've taken an example. I'm more familiar with child mortality. In India, children were dying. And we figured out, we set up a committee and got the experts like we have here. We have world-class experts today among us. Asked them, how do we solve this problem? They said, look, the children in India are dying because of oral dehydration. They get infection, they have diarrhea, and they get dehydrated and they die, young children. So the solution is that you have to train the mothers who will be the primary caregivers. In India, majority, they don't have access to fancy clinics and hospitals. They're in the farms, mothers are in the homes, and they are the first responders. So you have to train them. You have to give them basic knowledge of oral rehydration, give them salt so they can immediately help the child and save the child's life. So this is the expert's opinion. And so what you do, you have to train the mothers to do oral rehydration therapy. And so you work from the goal, you ask the experts what inputs will be required really to achieve the goal. So this is an expert job. People like here can tell you to save the ecosystem, make it regenerative, what do we need to do? But then you will need to implement it. It will start with funds. If you don't have funds, nothing, we can just talk about it and go home. You need funds to make this happen. The funds will not be enough unless you measure what activities they're being used for. And you have to hold people accountable at each stage. And then they will give some output, which will give outcomes, and you will achieve your goal. That's how the theory works. And this is true for everything that I know, and I'm now 74 years old. Okay? So this is not, I haven't found an exception to this so far. Maybe religion is, but I'm not sure about that either. Anyhow, this is, so we must, about regenerative when we talk, let's have a theory of change. What is it that we are talking? Because otherwise it's all good ideas. I love the things that I'm seeing, but we need to move forward. The 5th conference should be only on implementation, not on ideas anymore. Then the second, and there are only 3 points, so allow me to make those 3. The second is, so we have to have clarity on the theory of change and the importance of systems. It can't be the great man theory that a man comes in the horse, Pandit Nehru comes in, or Gandhi comes and makes India independent. You have to have a system. You have to have a system, because without systems, things don't happen, right? And so I will not belabor the point too much, but, and then finally, we have to define, when we see, can we say this is successful regeneration, what are the parameters precisely so that 4 people looking at it come to the same conclusion? Not that one says it's good, bad, ugly, depending on your perspective of regeneration. It should be the same, you know, and as I said, this is something I've done, so I don't want to, I'm happy to answer questions if you have. I'll give a few broad ideas on this. It's not my idea. When I say the importance of systems, Peter Drucker, all management gurus forever have been saying that 80% of the outcome of anything depends on the quality of systems. Only 20 on the people. I hate to say that in a room full of people, but unfortunately it's the systems that matter. People rise up to the occasion if there is a good system and they deliver, right? So therefore we should focus on that system and not just find good, well-meaning people who will deliver this. They are required, but the system makes them so. But within the system, it is the leaders. So I often ask when we have these conferences, we are talking, and to who are we talking to? Is the Prime Minister listening? Is the Minister for Environment listening? Who is listening to us? So we have to have, because it's 80% is leadership. People rise up to the occasion if you have a good leader and a good system. That's the, it's not mine. You know, go and check any Harvard Business Review, you'll find the same basic point. So therefore, let's not focus that we are good people. We may be good people, but we are only 20% of the whole equation. I shall leave it here on this point. There are many others. This point, let me tell you, I used to, and I don't say this to curry favors with the Prime Minister or anybody. In the government, we started in the Cabinet Secretariat where I worked, we had an example of good system is to get ISO 9000 certification. That's part of, you know, that you do what you say, basically, that's what it is. We were the first government department to get that done, and so we were very proud till we found out 6 years ahead of us, the then Prime Minister of Gujarat, Mr. Modi, had already done this for his own office, Chief Minister's office. So it's not a fluke that he's successful in these things. And when he came to PMO, I know that first thing he said, this is not ISO 9000 certified. Nobody knows here the processes, what's going on. So there is, we just tend to think of other things. The last point, let me just say, we have to make a difference between monitoring and evaluation. You know, we have been doing a lot of, I will not go into this, but just tell you this. If you were to have these 3 simple things how would you, you know, even if you said, look, you know, Professor Trivedi, we've heard you and now we are going to have targets. Okay, you have 3 targets. And how are you going to achieve? Well, let's say these were the targets, these were the achievements. Let me not waste your time because there are other speakers as well, but just tell you this will not fly. Just having a target and having success indicators would not be enough. We need to prioritize. One of the fatal flaws of most systems is prioritization, that you need to attach weights. What is more important, what is less important? In life, like in management, everything is not equally important. So we have to say, it is possible that if you have a list of things to do, the person does the less important things, but that will not be good performance, okay? The second step is deviation from target. If you just have a single point target, say that for evolving systems, this is our one target, no. What if there is a deviation? If the person is not able to achieve? That's where subjectivity comes in. If the boss likes you, he'll say, that's close enough, Mr. Trivedi, let's go and have a orange juice or whatever. But if the boss doesn't like you, then you are in trouble. So therefore, to eliminate subjectivity, you must have an agreement on how to measure deviations from the targets. Very critical. It's a simple point, but we do it in universities and colleges, of course, but we forget when it comes to real institutions that we need this. So if we are going to talk of regenerative, what is excellent, what is poor, and what's in between, we'll have to define, and then come up with and of course, finally, you come up with a bottom line. So the point I'm making here is, having done this for governments around the world, I'm absolutely convinced that a bottom line can be created for anything which is worthwhile in life. And my basic point this morning is that let's create the bottom line before we start figuring out how we're going to achieve it and who is going to achieve it. Those are second steps. And just telling stories about how we have done this, individuals here and there, is great, it's motivating. But we've done this in the 4 conferences. But let's move beyond this, and this should be our challenge. And it's worthy, this university is worthy, the people who are spending their time, it's worth their while as well, and it's a cause I fully endorse, and I offer myself. I'm always available for a good cause like this. But let me stop here. I've spoken more than I should have, but thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Professor Trivedi, for the provocations, and I'm sure we'll get several questions on this set of issues that you laid before us. And I'd like to invite Professor Rape.
Well, just while we're getting ready, thank you very much for the invitation to be on this panel. Professor Amar for hosting me here and inviting me, and IFSR, the International Federation for Systems Research, for their support in me attending. I'm going to talk about enacting governing performances and offer my perspective. I can already see that there are things with my fellow panelists that I agree with, but also things that I disagree with. But it would require time, I think, to talk about those, and I don't want to be seen to be overly critical. I'm starting with a story from my own experience. In 1994, I had just taken up the chair of systems at the Open University in the UK. I was invited by the British government to join a team to go to South Africa to work with the new post-apartheid government, who are then setting up their governance system, to take the point that was raised. The people who were invited to go had expertise in agricultural extension, rural development, and land reform. I persuaded the government not to do a traditional consultancy, but to do a group-based inquiry process whereby we went out and learned our way into what was happening in South Africa, such that anything we had to say was contextualised into the very changing and dynamic circumstances. You could understand it as a modification of rapid rural appraisal, or in my own work, a form of systemic co-inquiry. And of course, we were monitoring our own learning and using our learning to design an experiential event for those people we were working with in South Africa. We were working with colleagues from the Land and Water Policy Centre in Johannesburg, and when having drinks at the night, there were lots of young people who had been working to oppose apartheid, and I asked them over drinks, what are you going to do when you form government to ensure that what happened under apartheid doesn't happen with you? And they said, oh, that's all right, we've got that under control. We are going to create institutions which form a dialectic between the state and civil society. We're going to divert funds so that civil society is enabled to provide challenges to the state. And it was at that moment that my interest was really consolidated in the processes of government and governance, but also my disillusionment, because I could see in the weeks we were there, these people being recruited into the government structures, which were very much like the old government, that their own behaviour changed immediately. And so this goes back to the point already made by my previous speaker about structures. You go back into a new structure and you enter what is called a structure-determined system. The system determines how you behave and how you act. And these individuals weren't able to overcome those historical structures. And South Africa never did what these people were saying it would do. A great tragedy, in my view. So I want to expand on that story by talking about how I conceptualise governance. Some of you will have seen this slide in an earlier presentation. The cybernetic way of understanding government is to understand the performance of sailing, of charting a course, of steering, moving a rudder, responding to feedback from the social world. Where are you going? Why are you going there? The biophysical world, the wind, what way is the wind going? What are the currents doing? How do I steer myself in these changing circumstances? And the adequacy of your technologies, because the design of the boat and the material it's made out of determine what sort of direction and journey you have. And this comes from the original Greek, which means to steer. So, and what's important is that the dynamic of steering has to include feedback. Without feedback, you can't chart a course. And measurement has a part in feedback, but I would argue it's not the only aspect of feedback that we need to take into account. And I want to differentiate between the words governing, governance, and government. In my work, governance is an abstract concept. Governing is a practice. This young woman is engaged in sailing. People in projects, people in initiatives are engaged in governing. It's a practice. Professor Amar has imagined something, created a set of institutional arrangements and orchestrated a performance of a conference which is going very well. But he's been governing, in a sense, that imaginative system that he has created. And there are lots of elements and other things to it. So governing and governance are not the same as government. Now, in a book I wrote with Ed Straw, who has worked with one of the major consultancies for many years, but largely inside government. His brother was the Foreign Secretary of Britain for a period of time. We have argued in our book that contemporary governance systems are not fit for purpose and lack the right practices to make them work. They are not, for all intents and purposes, purposeful systems because they don't spend any time negotiating appropriately across a society around the questions of purpose, in my view and our view. There we are. This is a simple, high-level conceptual model of governance systems. Again, some of you will have seen it before. It's comprised the elements of civil society, the state, judiciary and law, private sector and the media. The arguments of our book and the essence of our book is that there are three fundamental elements missing from our contemporary governance systems because of how the Anthropocene world, the human-induced climate change, is impacting on our world, loss of biodiversity, breakdown of ecosystems. The things that are missing are the centrality of the biosphere in our decision-making and our relationship with that, the technosphere, all of the technologies, both artifactual and social, that we build and deposit on the earth, and our failure to rein in big technology, and the institutions of social purpose. And our argument is that governments that are elected at the moment are not good arbiters of social purpose. This slide brings us into public policy. It was written 16 years ago by Linnell Briggs, who was then the Australian Public Service Commissioner. She was keen that the Australian Public Service could be capable of addressing wicked problems and that could develop systems thinking skills. And so she said this was the sort of capabilities that public servants needed. They needed problem framing and boundary setting skills, generating fresh thinking about intractable problems, working across organisational and disciplinary boundaries, making effective decisions in situations characterised by uncertainty, being able to tolerate rapid change in the way problems are defined and understood, and engaging stakeholders as joint decision makers, not just providers or recipients of services. And she made the point that not everyone had to work in this way at all times, but that there needed to be sufficient capability across the public sector to work in this way. Now, changes in governance, or the acts of governing, require the invention of new institutions or institutions that offer affordances to enable what we want to do to happen. I just want to make clear what an institution is because many people don't understand it. This comes from the, there's a river meandering through there, and this is the border between the state of Victoria and the state of New South Wales in Australia. These were independent states for many years until federation in 1900 in Australia, so they created their own institutions in each state. You can see how the lines on the map, the roads and the boundaries are running this way in Victoria and they're running this way in New South Wales. And this is totally due to the way the Europeans, using the theodolite and the practice of surveying and map making, to transform the landscape. They appropriated the land, laid out the land, and they laid it out differently because one group of practitioners chose true north to orientate their divisions and the other ones chose magnetic north. So those institutional choices are now embedded totally in the landscape, just as many institutions we have invented are totally embedded in the practices we pursue, and we're often not aware of their embeddedness. In research I did in water governance, river catchment governance, I had occasion to work with a group called the Goulburn-Broken Catchment Management Authority. And we told these people what institutions were and asked them and organised a participatory process to unpack what institutions affected what they did. And this was the result, a systems map of all the institutions that management team had to deal with in doing what they did. This includes, a whole range of organisations, a whole range of practices, rules, codes, policies, other sorts of things that came down from government. So what are the lessons the management team took from this? They were overwhelmed by the complexity of it. They weren't able to generate it as an individual. No individual had this view of this complexity. And they knew that if they didn't work collaboratively, they wouldn't know about this. They also knew that as a management group, they lost institutional memory or organisational memory if people left. Some people held the understanding that was necessary to work in various things. And they also knew that the state government, based in Melbourne, 100 kilometres or so away, would develop new institutions and just throw them in without any consideration of their systemic consequences on the rest of these. So the take-home point from here is that we live in an institutional milieu that is of immense complexity, and we often don't understand that complexity and its implications. And as technologies, we throw new hammers into the situation, and we don't really think about the performance these institutions need to make. I've said that to change governance and to engage in the acts of governing, you need to change practice as well and capabilities. And this is a heuristic we use in our work with students at the Open University to differentiate between practice that is systemic and practice that is systematic. Systematic practice is essentially the classic linear model, which others have referred to here, and which is the dominant paradigm of our world today. The systemic paradigm is not well institutionalised, and we don't develop the capabilities nearly well enough. And so those capabilities are necessary if you're going to break out into practices that are regenerative in nature and develop governing systems that are capable of understanding what's needed. In our work, we have done a lot on what we call systemic inquiry or systemic co-inquiry processes. But again, we face, that's a systemic institutional arrangement, a systemic practice, but we live in a world that's dominated by projects and programs, and these are essentially linear in design and systematic in enactment. And that's a major problem. We live in a projectified world. I'm just going to duck through these because I'm sure we're running short of time. What we have done over many years is shown how you can design and conduct community-based, citizen-based activities that foster collaborative action and are capable of moving towards concerted action through changes in the practices of those who get involved, changes in understanding of those who get involved, and changes in social relations. And we've heard talks about these today and talks about them yesterday. Very good examples of what we would call social learning. But social learning is more than just a set of processes and practices in complex, uncertain situations. We have also formulated it as a governance mechanism. If you go back to my dialectic in South Africa between the state and civil society, we don't have the right institutional settings for investment by the state to ensure that that dialectic can be enacted. And we argue that social learning is a governance mechanism that can be invested in. And it's about creating the sorts of performances, many that you have talked about before here today and yesterday. But I don't think we can do it just under the umbrella of participatory governance or participation, because without the institutionalisation and without the building formally into our governance systems, you leave too many people having the experience of being participated. I've been back in South Africa in the last decade or so doing a lot of work in water governance on the Oliphants River catchment in a big USAID project. And there it was being run by a local NGO, which is rather unusual for USAID because they usually give it to American contractors. We were essentially carrying out a governance experiment about how the Oliphant social system could co-evolve with the Oliphant's biophysical system over time, and what needed to be done to manage the space between what we might call vertical governance, the state, and horizontal governance, civil society. And they did a very effective job at a time when the state was in breakdown. The state wasn't present on the playing field to govern rivers. It was a time of state capture and other... ongoing leading role in the governance of the catchment, and therefore the conservation and regenerativeness of the catchment, if there were sources of ongoing funding, but there weren't. But I merely want to point out that one of the initiatives under the regenerativeness umbrella needs to be how we create this dialectic between the state and civil society. This is my final slide. To move in our governance systems, to change them, is going to require much more attention for us collaboratively, and particularly with more citizen engagement, to debate and negotiate the purpose of purpose, and to create institutions that, via constitutional inquiries or systemic inquiries, as we have written about, into social purpose in perpetuity. We live in a world where human-induced climate change is completely new to human history. The short answer to our predicament is that we do not know what to do or how to do it. And yet we're not really fundamentally addressing the ways of our doing into the future. I would claim as a final point that regenerativeness is encompassed in what we have done in the concept of social learning. Social learning is about the regeneration of responsibility. Learning and change cannot be expected of citizens or of students or of learners unless the contexts are created for them to be response-able.
Thank you, Professor Ray, for several of the interesting thoughts regarding governance and its difference from governing. So we are nearing the end of our panel, but I'd like to request, given the complexity of today's panel, with several technological complexities getting introduced, if we can get a little extra time so that we can do a little more justice to some Q&A. I have a brief set of slides to present, and I'll just get to it.
Zoom is closed. Light banner.
This is
So this one, this one.
he must have left from there. Yeah, thank you.
So this, like this.
Okay, so wearing my political science hat, because that's my background, implicitly there has been mention of political science, or politics rather. My background is in terms of more political economy. So the question that I also want to pose, and just briefly, and we'll come back to a Q&A session and drive some of these points further. I'll just share some of these slides because my work is more in this realm of what is broadly called digital economy. And you will perhaps get a sense of why I mentioned political economy. So the question I want to raise, and I'm going to go a little faster perhaps, that for instance there is abundant amount of private digital data that is aggregated, right, 24/7. As you sit here, each of your phones would have at least 100 apps. You may be surprised, but you can do a check, right, and almost each one of them is, leaking data, right? So what's happening to this data, right? Why do you want such abundant extraction of data 24/7, 365 days a year into the endless future, right? So given that private digital aggregated data has public value, which is one of my assumptions, and its creation requires the use of significant public resources as well, right? Well, use of public land, public subsidies. This is my question, can public policy interventions in the use of such data yield regenerative public value? So assumption one that I have is that private digital aggregated data, I'm using short form of PDAD, it does have public value. Assumption two, that the use requires significant public resources. And if those two assumptions hold, and I'm going to just briefly talk about them, then public policy interventions should take place to create public value. So in my frequent conversations with Professor Amar, and reading his excellent article, one of the issues that has come repeatedly to the forward is the question of frequency of interaction, right? And this is something that you find, right? Intuitively you find in the digital sphere, the frequency of interaction is so high. So systems, whether degenerative or regenerative, succeed if they can make the respondents frequently interact with it, succeed in opposite directions. So for me, the big tech organizations or data extracting systems, which is a better word for them, have understood this extraordinarily well. through the unrelenting success in extracting unprecedented scale of planetary data. So whether it's soil, air, water, waste, or any other public good, its quality as a public good can both degenerate or regenerate with frequent and intentional interactions in opposing directions. Right? $1 million question is perhaps from the public policy perspective, swiftest historical globally distributed rise of a digitally constituted economy. Compare this with the chemical industry, compare this with the electrical industry, right? It took several decades to be able to shift from one part of the hemisphere to other parts. Look at the spread of the digital economy, right? Within a few decades, it's moved to every corner of the globe. And from, say, 95 to 2025, a matter of 30 years, you've had, just one indication that in the top 10 firms in terms of actual net worth, are all, mostly they are from the digital economy, right? So there's a huge monopolization efforts by big tech companies, right? Since 2021, they've spent about close to $264 billion buying up rivals, right? How do they have so much cash? Good question, political question. I will not get into that. So big tech and big data firms are completely restructuring the global flow of capital, labor, and technology, to reorganize the creation of economic value with significant impact on political governance. So the history of the data extraction process is threefold. I will not take much time, but basically, rise of data extraction, and we know that Google was a pioneer in this, that it was capitalism's turn to data. The long decline in West's manufacturing profitability invited a turn to digital data as one way to maintain economic growth and vitality. And very interestingly, this turn has been rather exceptionally financed by venture capitalists, unlike the growth of earlier industries, which were financed by debt, mostly by bank debt. Decisive investments in hardware production, sensors, routers, etc. The raw materials of this digital economy is largely free data, yours and mine, as we speak, right? Personal data crumbs, sustaining almost exhaustively the commercial internet, right? The revenues of Facebook and Google, is much more than 80% in advertising, right? So are they big tech or are they actually advertising companies is a question that is legitimate to ask. So the creation of information goods is based on, non-rivalrous and distributed at zero marginal cost, so easy to replicate is the basic thing. Google, as I mentioned, is a pioneer of this. So everything that can be digitized will be digitized. And music is almost there. Films will go soon, right? Your newspapers are there. So this is a process which is almost inexorable. What has also happened is a platformization of this extraction, right? We encounter them on everyday basis, the Ubers, the Alphabets, Swiggy, Zomatos. And this is almost an obligatory passage point for all types of exchange in the digital economy, through these platforms. And it's also, interestingly, much more about control than ownership, right? Control of the way the markets get shaped, right? Control of what gets promoted, etc. I'm going to skip this. Is much more about the platforms. They bring together lots of intermediaries. They maximize the user engagement, and there's also an appetite, very interestingly, for a sustainable loss over decades. That's only because the venture capitalists are supporting them. So the data extraction has basically become a hegemonic model, right? In political science, we use that term as to be distinguished from a dominant model. It's the new imperative of our age: collection, accumulation, and circulation of data as core components of our economy. Now there's immense concern with unceasing flows of data collected without specific users in mind. Practice of collecting happens first, I'm not joking about it, and figuring out its use happens later, with huge environmental costs. Global data centers, including India, are reaching proportions of 6,000 or even more, already consuming 1.5% of global electricity. Water is becoming scarce in many parts of US, for instance, where data centers are being created. Right? So, cities should be smart, businesses disruptive, workers endlessly flexible, and governments should be lean and data keen. Right? So, this is my last slide. Basically, the question that I was coming back to earlier is, can we create from this, if you don't mind me saying, from this degenerative system, which is extracting data and it doesn't know what to do with it at every time, can we create perhaps digital public goods from it, right? Non-rivalrous, openly accessible, generating public value. And also, as I mentioned earlier, which has enormous public subsidies, provide several number of data centers already in India. So my answer, tentative answer, is this is a quest, a kind of research quest that I'm working with students to get more specific kinds of answers to this. So in its aggregated, anonymized, and processed form, digital data can, yes, address several public policy concerns. I'll give you just 3 examples. One is Norway's tropical forest data, right? Funds free access to high-resolution tropical forest imagery, enabling global deforestation monitoring. The digital public good here is state funding, unlocking of private data to assess environmental monitoring, and it's considered a breakthrough for forest policy. If there is forest fires in particular parts of the world, right, this Norway's tropical forest data is able to send messages, etc., to many countries which don't have the capacity to be monitoring them. So you're basically, in many ways, saving forest cover. Closer to home, perhaps, Grab, but not in India as yet, ride-hailing apps in Singapore, Thailand, Jakarta. What they do is providing data, real-time and historical ride data, pickup points, hotspots, trip durations in aggregated form, and they are able to be used by local governments to optimize traffic light timings, identifying underserved areas for new public transit routes, etc. So there is these examples. The last one I'll leave you with is the Bharat Bill Payment System, which is basically the aggregated bill payment data from utilities, telecom, and fintech apps, used by RBI, no less, to study digital payment trends, seasonal consumption, demand patterns. Its use can be for designing targeted electricity subsidies or water consumption policies. So they come back to the question, right? Do assumptions 1 and 2 hold? I think they do, right? Does it have public value? I think it has enormous public value. And that it is also using considerable public resources. If those conditions perhaps hold, right, then public policy interventions perhaps called for. And India is not probably the first country that would do so. It's already being done, as I mentioned, in other parts of the world. Europe is ahead. So what I wanted to bring to the table is, right, if we do not intervene in certain systems, right, which are complex, right, if we do not intervene and we know that they are moving in a degenerative system, right, and we have some time. I'll just raise one question. I don't know if they're able to hear that. Yeah, okay. So one question before, we'll take a few questions from the audience as well. To our speakers, that hearing all of you, one of the thoughts that was coming to me was that regenerativeness very deliberately introduces the idea of complexity. It's not a value that is to be sidelined or marginalized, because most systems have difficulty dealing with complexity. So here is a thought process that is saying, no, complexity is at the very heart of our systems, that we need to recognize it, right, and grapple with it, and the issues of balance and coherence comes from that tension. So given your experiences with governance and issues around public policy in institution building, how do we begin to rethink this question given that complexity is such a critical factor in thinking about regenerativeness, right? So it introduces a new variable which often in our otherwise day-to-day interaction with institutions, you see them shying away from complexity. So here is a challenge that business as normal will not work. Okay, how do we reintroduce complexity to the very heart of governance, to the very heart of institutions, to the very heart of public policy? So perhaps Professor Ilango or Professor Ram, would you perhaps have any thoughts, and then we'll ask Professor Ray and Professor Trivedi here. Professor Ilango?
Yeah, first I think maybe Professor Elango can go ahead, and then a few remarks from my side.
Professor Ilango, you are muted here.
Yeah, in my case, I got a faith in simplification, and again, going to the bottom of the pyramid. So in India, it's very clear the system is a constitutional system, the panchayats, if it's a village, and if it's a small town, again the municipalities, and again there is a ward and all these things are. So it's a democratic system. And in Tamil Nadu, even the municipal systems, particularly urban government, the ward itself, there's in a ward sabha. If it's a panchayat, it's a gram sabha. So the beauty of the grassroots democracy is it's a government closer to the government. We elect, we participate. It's my government. In the democracy, in other systems like MLA or legislative assembly or the parliament, we elect, but we can't participate. Whereas here, we elect, we participate. So the real reflection of the community is there. So that's why whatever I do there, it could be a science, it could be a management, it could be any other thing. It could be imbibed in the community using the local system. So that's where anyone talks, I see that I will bring it to the panchayat. I will bring it to the Gram Sabha. It's a Gram Sabha, beautiful. And Gram Sabha has got the power to veto even the decision of the elected body. So that kind of thing. So it's really a participatory system available. Only thing is, the lacuna is the knowledge, the management, the other skills. So that has to come inside. So that's where we look for creating models and spreading this horizontally.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Ilango. Yes, Professor Ram.
Yeah, thank you. So I think I'll just pen to what you and other honorable members mentioned, saying governance as a foresight now also means anticipating cyber risks, misinformation flows, and digital divides. And regenerativeness in virtual space, as you mentioned, requires us to protect not just from forests and rivers, but also from the digital commons. The integrity of information, the privacy of citizens, and the inclusivity of platforms. The other aspect is essentially in our times, we need to also understand, unlike the stories of Panchtantra, etc., the equivalent also is like a viral tweet or the viral WhatsApp forward, the way we mentioned about crows in the earlier, you can say, nuances that are there. In other words, it lies in remembering that while technology can accelerate governance, it cannot substitute for human judgment. A dashboard may tell us how many schemes are on track, but only a wise administrator can sense whether the people feel heard or not, as like Professor Elango has been mentioning, using his own, you can say, experiences. So things like only two small points just to kind of close things. I don't want to take. So modern advances such as digital public goods like India's Aadhaar, UPI, DigiLocker are examples of regenerative public systems through technology. Yet they demand vigilance against exclusion and misuse. Second, AI and policy can diagnose patterns of degeneration, corruption, inefficiency, inequity. But regenerativeness requires human intent to act. The intent ethically is I think also paramount. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ram. Professor Ray, Professor Trivedi, whichever one, if you want to.
Thank you very much. One systems concept that hasn't been discussed in this meeting, which I think is quite important, is called Ashby's law of requisite variety. And it seems to me that an answer to your question is how is Ashby's law of requisite variety enacted or present in the question?
Is it on? I think it's just.
A green light doesn't mean a green light. So Ashby's law of requisite variety, how that's enacted. Ashby's law of requisite variety states simply only variety can manage variety. So that is why a top-down command and control organisation or governance system will never ever be able to manage the governance variety that is necessary in a climate change world. And whilst I think that the data you're talking about may be necessary, but I would regard them as not sufficient, because the question is, how does that data, say of a bushfire prediction, how does that then get enacted in site-specific, localised performances to do something about the fire? So it's about the question of enactment and where performance comes in, and not the same as performance management, but performance in the way that a choreographer enacts a performance, or a dramaturgist, or an author. In a way, one has to create a governance performance in which the acts of governing can happen.
Thank you, Prof. So, I would be grateful if someone told me in life anything is simple. Everything is complex.
True.
Right? I mean, every system is complex. You think calculating GDP is an easy task? The country of
But
1.5.
my point was
But I take your point. So everything is complex. Let's agree on that fact. And also let's agree that, as Alexander Pope said, that for forms of government, let the fools contest. Whatever is best governed is best. So there is no question we have to define what is success. Even for our bodies, we have a thermometer. We take a temperature, right? Then we know that there's a problem. Otherwise, it's a very complex system. We still don't know how it works really fully. But we know that if there is temperature, there's something wrong. So I think then you start investigating. So my point is that when this conference is over, we must have clarity as to what we mean by what is it that we are trying to address. Mm-hmm. And then, otherwise, all roads, if you don't know where you're going, all roads lead there. Alice in Wonderland, that's a story. So my simple point is we must really all agree, fabulous minds that have gathered, so much effort goes in, as to what is success in this area. If we cannot agree, you're absolutely right, all the points have been made brilliantly, but they are all perspectives from their own particular point on panchayat, whether yours is on digital. These are all points. But at the end of the day, repeating them every year will not take us any closer to a solution. What is it that we are trying to solve? And are we solving or not? And then we can discuss various ways to solve, various options. Otherwise, we keep describing it, and we are not making progress, in my view, over the years. And the best way to make progress is to define the problem, then provide solutions, and measure whether we are getting closer to our target or we are going away, whatever that may be. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. So we'll take, I think we may just have time for one round of questions. And please, if you want to ask a question, if you can be very brief and, as Professor Trivedi is saying, get to the point. Yes? So, yeah, please. And one way at the back. Yeah, go ahead.
Very simple question.
Directed to anyone in particular?
Yeah, Professor Trivedi, and also you. Simple question is, we are aware of the fact that in India, corruption is the bottom and the root, the bottom line and the root of all inefficiencies. We all know that. How do we go about solving this? Because if you get rid of corruption through transparency or whichever manner, then maybe our systems will start working. Systems work in any part of the world. Why doesn't it work in India? And I feel, and I'm sure many will agree, that if we can root out corruption, I think most of our problems can start getting solved. Thank you.
So we'll take a couple of more questions. One at the back, please. Anybody else? Yes.
Good morning. This question is for Prajapati sir. It's not a question, it's basically I want a suggestion. You have explained this governance process and the measurement system for measuring the outcomes of the governance. Just I want to just replicate it in the context of an organization. Suppose, because we face sometimes a duality in a assessment process, performance assessment process.
If you can be brief, please, because we are running out of time.
Give me 1 minute time. So, what happens, in a performance appraisal, basically what you have told, there are always measurable outcomes. The targets are there, it's measured. But the problem is, we also have to fit the people into a particular state. Like suppose you say it's like a bell curve, like 67% of people have to fit into a particular zone. Then how to resolve this duality? We as a practitioners, we try to resolve it, but I want a more academic input from academic side. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. And one question here. Let's come.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentations to all of you. I have two questions. One for you. Can you tell us a little bit more about how do you define the boundaries of the system you are analyzing? This data, who is producing, who is consuming this data and using this public-private. What are the boundaries there, and how can we? How are you doing to identify some point of intervention that you are calling us to be aware of?
Okay.
And for Professor Rai, you are talking about the second-order changes in the system, and that we should, or we are invited to keep these changes. But in our world now, we have a lot of uncertainties. So we are not really going to drive these second-order changes. So what are your thoughts in this matter? Thank you. Hey.
Well, sorry, I don't remember all the questions, but I'll answer one on corruption and the other on the system on evaluation, the ones I remember easily. On corruption, in my view, it's a symptom, not a cause. So it's and I can quote, we can talk separately because I was part of that system, that it happens when there is discretion allowed. When the jar is open, the cookie will be taken. So it is poor systems which lead to this kind of corruption. The answers are there, and because the accountability doesn't trickle down, and therefore, so we can talk, it's a symptom, but take my word, I can expand on that. That's a symptom, not the cause of our problems. The cause is that we don't know what we are trying to do. So if you don't know what you're trying to do, anything goes. And that gives discretion, and therefore this happens. And that, having lived in both sides of the world, the West and the East, I can talk about. And going back to that, I remember in '86 I joined IIM Calcutta as a professor. And at that point, the Fourth Pay Commission had come out. They had increased the salaries of professors enormously, but there was a proviso, and it said that you must have a performance evaluation system if you're going to increase salaries. It was called Performance-Related Incentive Scheme. So government accepted both because professors at IIM Calcutta were central government employees, so that applied. The government gazetted the decision. Yes, there will be a performance-related incentive, plus the salaries will be. Guess what? Every professor there objected to performance measurement, but they did not object to salary increase. They got the salary increase, and when I walked into the first faculty meeting, I was shocked. I mean, the violence, and I remember only saying one thing to the faculty. I said, look, I joined this institute because all of you have degrees from abroad, MIT, Oxford, elsewhere. Did you object to that system over there? Or it's only here? And they said, no, this is India. I said, what India? I mean, we teach, and there is a system of evaluation. And since then, I can talk on ad infinitum on that because in fact, I continue to teach at Harvard because there was a system, not because I was a brilliant teacher. I was nothing, because there was evaluation, and that's a story when I write my book, you will hear. So it's all, we have to distinguish between symptoms and causes. We tend to think, oh, this is all messed up. But the causes are ultimately lack of accountability. We don't know what we are trying to do. And so I'll stop there because this can go on for a long time.
Do you want to answer the question?
Yeah, that was the last one, so I'll answer that.
And then I'll answer.
Okay. So, good question regarding boundary conditions. One out of the two questions, one I can answer more readily, which is that, the question is, how do you set up, institutionally speaking, how do you set up forms through which government can seem to enact these public policies without perhaps interrupting the very idea of, certain kinds of digital flows, right? Because if it creates a problem in that, then you don't have access to. So we are talking at one end of the whole data, aggregation. What I've not spoken today about was the very premise that data should be extracted on, a 24/7 basis. So there we are talking much more about concerns around privacy issues, which are important, intricate. My point was much more that given that we have all of this, what do we do with it subsequently? In India right now, we don't, as yet, I don't think we have forms of such public policy making which allows for this kind of intervention. The shape and policy is much more to do with the fact that most of this data is already seen to be belonging to the government. Right? But what do we want to do with it is not on the table as yet. Okay, thank you.
Thanks for the question. Of course, it's a very big question. Russ Ackoff, who was a systems scholar, said often that we, in the face of complexity, we spend too much time doing the wrong things righter. And so we live in a society that spends too much time doing the wrong things righter. But this then raises the question of where the theory of change is. What's one's theory of change? It's a really important consideration. I'm often very pessimistic in my theory of change, but I think it has to start with us. And I think if it starts with us, it's quite simple, but whether you will get people buying into it requires a certain humility, and humility is not widespread. So the change in us means that we need to move from thinking we know to an emotion of not knowing.
Do you have a very specific question? Short.
It's not a question, so I was just going to remark on the fact that your talk in particular, in the theory of change, is actually, the talk on the theory of change The talk on the theory of change was actually demonstrating a universal pattern of systemness. So we can be looking to that for our answers in terms of how we could be doing this better, because it is there already.
Okay, so I think we come to the end of our panel discussion. I'm so sorry for all the interruptions and perhaps, not being able to, Professor Ilango, I'm sorry that we didn't have your slide at the beginning, but we managed to kind of get it. So I'd like to thank each of our speakers, Professor Jose, Professor Ram, Professor Ilango, Professor Ray, Professor Trivedi. Thank you so much for your time and several provocations, rich enough that we did not perhaps give enough time to it, but I think they will be ringing in our minds and we'll have some ways of trying to address them. So thank you once again, everyone, panel members. So there is, yeah, please go ahead.
Heartfelt thank you to all our distinguished speakers for sharing their insights, their experiences, and time with us. And my sincere apology for all the inconveniences that caused. I'm very sorry about that. So it's really been truly inspiring to see how systems thinking, effective governance, strong leadership, and grassroots action come together to create a pathways for institutions to become truly regenerative. I hope that all of us take away not just ideas, but the sense of possibility and sense of action for the future. I would like to request Professor Jha to present mementos to Dr. Ray as a token of appreciation. A big round of applause for this. I would like to request Professor Jha to also give memento to Professor Trivedi. Thank you, sir, for your presence. And my heartfelt gratitude to the speakers who have been present online. Thank you, sir, for gracing us with your presence and your wisdom.
Yeah, please.
So on behalf of Professor Kakani, Dr. Ritesh is receiving the memento. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Honored.
But before we close the session, I would like to thank Professor Jha for chairing the session, and I would like to request Professor Rajeshwar Singh Chandel, Vice Chancellor of Dr. Y.S. Parmar University of Horticulture and Forestry in Solan, Himachal Pradesh, to present the memento to Professor Jha as a token of appreciation. A big round of applause for that.
So we get multiple of these.
Thank you for conducting it very nicely.
Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful day, and we will take a short coffee break. The coffee is outside, and then we will meet again for the next plenary session.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Oops. Thanks.
Yes. Yeah. I'll let him. 15 minutes. Okay. Yes. Good morning, Professor Rohini Mithil. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and respected participants. Welcome to the plenary session on regenerative food system and human physiology. Today, we are very fortunate to have among us the visionary thinkers, practitioners, and leaders whose work spans agroecology, integrative medicine, preventive healthcare, and disease risk and intervention methods. So, to guide this critical conversation, I am pleased to introduce our plenary session chair and other members as well. So, our first member is Professor Rajeshwar Chandel. He is the Vice Chancellor of Dr. Y.S. Parmar University of Horticulture and Forestry in Solan, Himachal Pradesh. He is a member of the Global Consortium on Agroecology, and he has also been associated with Niti Aayog and has recently been recognized as an international trainer in agroecology. Our second guest will be George Samuel Hansdack. He is the professor and head of internal medicine at Christian Medical College, Vellore, where he leads a very holistic and patient-centered care. His work integrates clinical excellence, education, innovative approaches to improving long-term patient well-being. Our third guest is Dr. Ramadasa Balamurugan. He is an additional professor at All India Institute of Medical Science, Bhubaneswar, specializing in the human gut microbe and its role in health and disease. His work primarily focuses on how microbiome interactions evolve across life stages and how nutrition shapes gut health, disease risk, and intervention methods. Our next guest is Dr. Rohini Mittal. Dr. Rohini Mittal is present online. He is a consultant surgeon and clinical lead at Christian Medical College, Vellore. He also serves as the South Indian sub-hub leader for the NIHR Global Surgery Research Initiative. Our fifth guest is Dr. Padmaja Mishra. I think she'll be arriving here within few minutes. So she is the director of Center for the Study of Social or Integrative Medicine and Public Health at NISWAS, Bhubaneswar. She maintains a private practice focused on geriatric, holistic, and women's health. And she has significantly contributed to the national program in maternal health family planning. Our session chair will be Dr. Supriya Naik. Dr. Supriya Naik is a professor at Christian Medical College, Vellore. He has extensive expertise in general trauma and colorectal surgery. Dr. Naik has contributed significantly to advancing surgical services and training both nationally and globally as well. Now I request Dr. Supriya Naik to come and address. So the floor to you. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Sabir, for introducing the speakers and the panelists. It's a privilege to be here, and thanks to Professor Amar that this is my second visit to the conference. The first one was I felt out of place, but that I realized that there are a lot of similarities. In the second participation, now I truly believe that we have a lot of things in common. So that is what we are going to explore in the food and the health sector. And when talks of discussion about food and health happens, and I am sure every human being will be interested to listen and learn something from it, because both will affect the human body as well, body and mind. So in that context, it will be exciting to go through and listen to the different aspects of the same component, that is the living beings, that is the plants and the humans. So to start with, I'll request Professor Chandel to give us a clue about the biological sciences, including the life and pattern and ecology of the agricultural sector. Following that, we'll move on to the human biology, or what we call human biology ecology. So over to Dr. Chandel to start the proceedings for the plenary sessions. Thank you.
And who from this one?
Yes, you can. Just give me a minute. This song is yours, right?
Go to the slideshow. Yes. Right. Yes. Thank you. Namaste. Good morning. Distinguished chairperson of the session, all my fellow speakers, Professor Aman Naik, thank you very much. I am really delighted to be here, and thanks for your invitation that you could make this very important part of the agriculture as the part of this sustainability, because we as agriculturists are totally away from these all terminology of the medical sciences and the social sciences. So a lot I am expecting to learn from this session. You see, agriculture, when we talk of agriculture, so now this is the right time, right stage, whether you would like to be closer to these our medical professionals or want to go away from the doctors. So kitchen is the cause and kitchen is the remedy. So I'll start from that quote. So this first picture is of the regenerative farm, where nothing additional comes in to the farm except what itself is happening within the ecosystem. कहाँ से हो गए सभी? आगे करो, यहाँ से चलेगा, यहाँ से चलेगा। Yes, this is now a very crazy word, Viksit Bharat. So as an agriculture scientist, as an agriculture practitioner, what could be our role in this Viksit Bharat through these four elements: economic growth, environmental sustainability, social progress, and good governance. And I think each topic has been the part of this discussion, I expect. And these are our national commitments, which are to be met till this country reaches 2030. So our share in global market has to be 7%. Then our position, which is not still very significant amongst the global market as a natural producer, organic producer, so this has to be there. Then self-sufficiency in oilseeds and pulses. And most important is the availability, affordability of the food, nutrition food. And when we talk about the organic food, it seems that this is the propriety of the only some city elites. But those who actually need it, so this food has to be made affordable. And Honorable Prime Minister of India, he has launched a mission, One Health. It means we could not expect ourselves healthy unless the different four elements of the ecosystem, that is the soil, animal, human, and then finally the environment is healthy. And another issues which rakes up every year is the transparency and traceability. If we are buying something which seems to be healthy, whether truly it is coming from the real source or not. So traceability component has to be introduced along with the transparency. What goes back to the farmer out of the price, which the consumer pays at the last outlet. So this transparency has to be on papers. It should be very clear to the farmer. Yes, out of the 100 rupees, if some product is sold at 100 rupees, at least our target, my university has targeted it to up to 65%. It should come back to the farmer. And then question of the water and reclamation of the degradation soils, because 30% soils have already been declared as the degraded lands. So these 20% of the land has to be brought back. This is the state near to my mountainous Himachal Pradesh. So you can see the threats before the agriculture just by citing the example of the Punjab. It's in terms of the soil fertility, in terms of the availability of the water, then how the production of the 1 kg of rice, when we talk of the high value, the very important varieties of the India, when we sold it out, when we export it, it's not the simply the selling of the 1 kg or one quintal or 1 ton of the rice, but how much water we are also exporting. So this is a bigger question. Soil organic carbon has gone up to the level of 0.3, which scientifically the soil which 0.3, 0.4% organic carbon is termed as the dead soils. And last bullet relates to you. So these are the different issues which are now surfacing through the farmers' perceptions. And it's not only a perception of the farmers, although not much of the systematic studies have been conducted in different regions, but doctors from our regional hospital and PGI Chandigarh, they are very clear about it, that the patients, more patients of the cancer, more patients from the kidney ailments, they are coming from the intensive agriculture grown areas. Then you can go to this, see this news item. Punjab is using 76% more fertilizer per hectare than the nation's average. And this is scenario of my state, which is a hilly state, which is considered as a bit better state in terms of the average income. But the threat to the health, you can see through these 4-5 bullets under challenges. I have written only 12, cited only 12 pesticide sprays, not to frighten you, because you will stop then buying apples. This will impact the economy of my state, but the average has gone beyond 14, 15, and 16. And then decline in natural enemies, decline in pollinators, which actually render the services for the productivity. Now, where is the problem? So you can see, here is the problem. This one, from ragi to pulses, and then again replacement from fruits to vegetables. So you see up to 90% when we talk of the food, we have now our food basket has turned from the diversified to the few only we are relying only on the 4-5 food items as our daily need. So how it happened? Up to 90% of the millets, that area was replaced by the fruit. So must be through our food habits, through our food systems. Fake pesticides is another challenge, bigger challenge, around 70%. This is based on the data. This is not a perception. 70% of the market is flooded with the unapproved, unlabeled pesticides in India. So everybody talks about the regeneration. So it was new to me to hear about the regeneration of the data, regeneration of the digital world, other forms of the regeneration. But in terms of agriculture, when we talk about which restores, which renews, which revitalizes the ecology, society, and economy of a system. And I think we have gone much, much away from this regenerative approach after the post-green revolution agriculture starts in India. When we talk of the regeneration, it is expected to rebuild the soil fertility, to strengthen agri-food systems, resilience, which is never happening. Because our culture, Indian culture, it talks about the coexistence, sahajivan. But when we talk of the post-green revolution farming systems, there is only one crop. We talk about removal of all weeds. Yesterday I was discussing with Professor Amar. He speaks very brilliantly what is the ecosystem, what is the jungle model, what is the different 5-6 layered system, having the trees, plants, grasses, fodder, tubers. But the modern agriculture, only one crop. In hectares together. All favorable climate for all kind of the pests, diseases, insects. What we expect the principles which are applicable under agriculture systems, soil health first. So in case of natural farming, we used to say, this is the farming of the microbes. This is not the farming of agriculture. If you focus only on the microbes, on the multiplication, on the farming of the microbes, everything positively will happen to regenerate. So soil should be in the center of all planning. It's only soil. Then diversity and integration. We have gone much away from the diversification, whether it is in the rhizosphere, in the soil root ecosystem, or above land. Above land you will find only few crops and only one at a time. And soil, when we talk of the soil, the microbial population has gone much down to the regular use of the harmful chemical fertilizer and pesticides. And minimum external use, you see whole agriculture ecosystem has been taken away by the industry. So how it will happen that a biological process will be controlled by the chemical activities, by the chemical interventions? But that is happening. And then circular resource use. Nothing has remained as a circular. Everything is being drifted away from the farms to the outside. And community well-being. How it will happen? When our neat and clean villages, last presentation, one speaker talked about the panchayat and communities. What is the role of community? During one of the ICRE conference, I talked about why you are taking the samples of the pesticide residues only from the crops, only from the fruits. Why not from the environment? If you come to my state, from April onwards till July, the whole environment is polluted by the number of pesticide applications. So let's now get the samples from the air, because this air is being inhaled by each one of in the village. So there is no question of the community well-being. Yes, now there is a bigger question before us. When I talk of the natural farming, the center of the natural farming is urine and dung, and that too from the cow, from the indigenous cow. So when we speak before the learned community, we speak before the scientific personalities, they say, oh, what do you talk? Do you want to take country back to 18th century? How it will happen? But these principle of application of all inputs, farm inputs, which we prepare out of the cow And you can take it beyond cow. Then we try to align it with the 13 principle of high-level panel of experts on global food security. We try to, these finds well placed within the 10 elements of the FAO, which talks about the diversity, which talks about the resilience, which talks about the culture, circular economy, solidarity, which talks about the responsible governance. And how it is happening, I'll show you in the next slide. Yes, now this is a big question. The global community is also sitting over here, mostly from the Mexico, if I'm true. Globally, we talk of the organic farming. I'll take 1 minute to speak on this slide. How this natural farming is different from the organic farming. And confidently, scientifically, and logically, I will say, yes, it is totally different. The objectives of the both farming system is same. But practically, when it comes to the ground, the whole organic farming inputs control is being undertaken by the multinational companies. So then why the farmer will buy for the organic products? When he has to pay, and organic inputs unfortunately are more costlier than chemical inputs. So when it comes to the costing, it comes to the cost of cultivation. The cost of cultivation is higher in case of organic farming. And then we confuse the farmer for the premium price. So most of the social scientists are sitting over here. There's no market globally which demands that, yes, you bring with this product, maybe organic, I'll pay you higher, I'll pay you more. It never happens. And after putting this organic farming under the umbrella of higher price, why we are making this produce unaffordable to the actual who demand it? So how we differentiate these two farming systems? One, if all farming inputs are in situ, this is natural farming, and if it is ex situ where the farmer has to pay, it is organic farming. So these are the 4 wheels of the basic natural farming, and just related to the 5 fixed elements of the sustainability. The first is being fertile, soil is regenerative, year after year, crop after crop, we cannot think of the natural farming. Then achadan, no soil and no root of the plant demand water. And this is more particular in case of India, which is a subtropical country. And around 80% of the groundwater has already been harvested for the current agriculture practices. And somebody from UN has already commented that the Punjab, one state of the India, it is left only with the 15 years of the water. So this is a threat. So our principle says we need only the moisture in the soil. Next is Vapsa, Achadan, and cover all farm ecosystem. And that will happen only through crop intensification, not through monoculture. Through crop intensification. And crop intensification is the priority, is the core principle to feed the global community. It is the core principle of the FAO.
Chandal, 2 minutes more.
Pardon?
2 minutes.
Okay. So these are the principles of the agroecology, how these are ingrained with the natural farming. So what we apply, so just I'll move fast, by applying these different inputs which are prepared only on farm or around farm. So they align with different 10 elements of the FAO. This is the first global model because you have seen this circular recommendations. Under the chemical farming practices, this is a common practice amongst the apple growing areas that they recommend the usage of the different agrochemicals month-wise. So we have developed this model now through natural farming, what to apply, how to apply every month for the apple farming. This is the first global model, we have produced it. And you see how natural farming, it improves the microbial biodiversity. That is the rhizosphere diversity, rhizosphere biota, how it is increasing through natural farming practices. This is the soil organic carbon. This data is undertaken by my institution from 340 meter above mean sea level up to 3,200 meter. Every time this is a comparison, at every place, the soil organic carbon we found with a significant increase. This is the soil moisture. The natural farming maintains the soil moisture even under 20% of the relative humidity. It attracts the soil moisture from the environment and adds to the soil. This is the population of soil arthropod. Means every advantage if you find from the natural farming, it is adding to the soil properties. It is adding to the regeneration of the soil. Yes, now this is the new area which we have just initiated to work. How the different forms of the earthworms, they are contributing to the water absorption, to bringing the nutrients from the lower part of the soil to the rhizosphere. How it adds the different macro and micronutrients to the root system. So these studies we have still initiated, so I don't have the data right now. So this is the yield and cost comparison. Yes, wonderfully, Professor Prajapati had said that if our initiative is not for profit, then what for? So if this philosophy, this principle, this practice is not yielding profit to the farmers, why will they move forward? So these are the comparative data. Comparative returns between natural farming and the conventional. Conventional, here I mean chemical farming. Yes, these are some of the farmer models with crop intensification, with diversity. This is a benefit cost ratio. This is a farmer perception based on the multiple responses. Here you see 93% farmers have reported that they have reduced the cost of cultivation. 96 talked about the environmental friendly farming. 87%, 88% have transformed to diversified farming, shifted from the monoculture. And change in consumer preference, 91%. And last one is the market price volatility, which must be a point of concern for each one of you. Here 35% only responded that they are getting better price. So this is also our concern. We are not expecting better price for a natural producer. Because when you go to the serial number 2 talks about minimal input cost. When you are reducing the cost of cultivation to the level of 80%, that adds to the actual profit of the farmers. So we are not expecting to have more otherwise pricing for a natural produce. So again, these are the different perceptions, the data gathered from the natural farming systems. Yes, these are the small markets. Just innovations from our institution. Yes, we have now globally for the first time, Himachal Pradesh, my university has given a certification system for the natural farming. And we are working with the European Commission to work to improvise this system. But 132,000 farmers have already registered in Himachal Pradesh under this Sitara certification system for natural farming. And this is a priceless system. Farmers, they do not pay to certify for this system. This is one outlet now we have opened within the institution, only for the natural produce being produced by the institution and by the farmers around the institution. Yes, this is the present status. Why we are doing it? Again, Dr. Prajapati, he talked about the theory of change, how this change is taking place. Now we have over 2 lakhs practicing farmer in my state. and out of which around 15,000 are the apple growers. Because I am particularly talking about the apple. Apple is the most input intensive crop. So this is the third party evaluation by the Manage Hyderabad. It talks about the decline in pest and disease attack by 75%, 80 is by 75% farmers. Yes, we are measuring 7 SDG goals, 15 targets through 18 indicators. Yes, now we are the part of one global consortium, the project being funded by the European Commission, and we are a part of this global consortium to work on agroecology. Yes, we have been identified now by the Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Nepal as the Center of Excellence for training their different officials and farmers.
Please join.
This is the last slide. This is the policy implementation. How the work, the outcome of the work, it influences the governments. Himachal Pradesh has now the policy implementation based on this development of the certification system, this algorithm. Now natural farming is giving an edge to HP apple growers because it is now properly certified. Then now government has declared the MSP for 4 crops which are being grown under natural farming practices. So these are the testimonial by the 2 great people. One is Dr. Rajiv Kumar, the former Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog, and another one is by Dr. Ramesh Chand, who is the presently Honorable Member Agriculture Niti Aayog. This is for Himachal Pradesh and what is the work being undertaken by our farmers and the scientists. So it's really the time to introspect. Choose your own farmer or choose your doctor. The choice is yours. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Chandra, for the elaborate talk, and I'm sure because of the agriculture sector, the food sector, I think we deserve more time, and we have given you that.
Thank you.
Any burning questions? We'll take one while they readjust for the next speaker. Any burning questions? Only one will, no, you carry on. Sure. While they set up the talk, PPT, you can take on questions.
Thank you for your presentation. You are presenting some data of the soil analysis, and I want to know, are you comparing the organic farming and the natural farming? And I don't know if you have how many years, what is the time frame, how many years are you using to compare these 2 treatments? If you have several years working on these 2 schemes, or what, just 1 year, or what is more or less the time frame? Thank you.
Yes, this is a very interesting question. It starts immediately when you shift from the chemical to the natural farming. Things starts happening immediately. But to convert a village, we have fixed 7 years. Because we are working on outscaling, not upscaling. First, just allow the farmers to start with a small piece of land, get convinced, automatically next year he will go on increasing the area. So immediately the things start happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you ready there? Okay, I think we'll move on to the next speaker, that is Dr. George Samuel has the. We are moving on to the human life story now, so let's begin with him.
Thank you and good morning. We will run through a little fast. So greetings from Christian Medical College, Vellore, Tamil Nadu. It was the year 1894. A young girl from US had come down to Vellore to meet her parents. Her father was a doctor and what to do. She accompanied her to go to different villages where he would go and conduct health camps. And one evening, there was a man who came saying that his wife is unable to deliver despite the help of the local dyes. Can you come and help? So she said, sorry, I'm not a doctor, my father is, I'll just call him. He says, no, I want you to come and help. He says, no. She said, I'm not a doctor. But he says, no man can go and conduct a delivery for my wife. That's how our culture is. But she says, I am just a college student. I have no idea about this whole delivery. And despite pursuing, he won't listen. He went back. And the same night, 2 more people came. Same request, same offer, same refusal. The girl was very confused, slept off in the night, woke up in the morning, told her maid, just go and see what happened the night, where did they go? And she comes back and tells her, all the 3 women died in child labor in that night. She was shocked, she couldn't understand. She went, fell down on the bed, cried, woke up, came back and told her father, I will go back to US, I'll become a doctor and I'll come back and work. That is the story of Dr. Ida Scudder. 1900, started with 1-bed clinic, and now in 125 years, it is a 3,500-bedded hospital across 7 campuses. We see roughly about 10,000 patients per day. One of my friends said, we are managing an epidemic with a smile. It's like every day. We highly subsidize the medical education. Our MBBS doctors pays 3,000 rupees per year. That's $50. 1/3 of the income goes into patient subsidy because we want to care for patients who can't afford. From basic care to robotic surgery, everything is being done over there. And not just a service, but this is the Raters ranking. CMC stands at 2nd number as the best multi-specialty hospitals and the number 1 as the best private hospital. It took a lifetime commitment for this lady. But it was not just her. It was the whole team of people who had a similar vision who came together, founded on basic morals and values. It was not a profession. It was a vocation and calling. And that is what left the legacy of Ida Scudder. If you want to know more about her, she has a book called Passing the Torch of Life. So what is regenerative medicine? Looking into the definitions, it has components like interdisciplinary field that studies the biological, behavioral, environmental, and social processes that enable organisms, ecosystems, and human communities to repair, renew, and restore themselves after injury, stress, or degenerations. How do I convert that into a regenerative medicine? You are essentially looking for a root cause. You are looking how to repair the mechanisms. And aim is disease reversal. Right now we are just treating diseases. We don't reverse it. And here we integrate multiple disciplines. So if you look at this, I mean, all of us are familiar, the COVID. Over 3 years, it killed about 7 million people. This is global. And if you divide that by 3 years, it comes to about 2.5 million per year. Lots of deaths, right? We were all managing that. What was the response? The entire world went into a lockdown. 2.5 million deaths a year. Look at what is killing us. The number 1 cause is heart disease. The number 2 is cancer. The number 3 is respiratory medicines, and 4 is diabetes. And the causes of these deaths are unhealthy eating, tobacco and alcohol use, and lack of physical activities. Simple, isn't it? Diet, exercise, and some substance abuse. How many people are dying per year? 17.9 million. I hope you heard it right. For 2.5 million, we shut down the whole world. For 17.9 million, what is happening? Everything is open. Life goes as it is. Ask yourself a question. Is that the way we respond? Every heart attack, death in 3 to 4 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, a person dies of heart attack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a person dies of stroke. We are living in that era. What is the cause? This is the global burden of disease which put all the studies together to analyze. The number one risk factor is diet. Number 2 and 3 is tobacco and alcohol. Number 4 is physical activity. What in the diet is killing people? Number 1 is high sodium. All the savory dishes that you enjoy in the evening and snacks, high sodium, less intake of nuts and seeds, less intake of whole grains, less intake of omega-3 fatty acids, smoking, less intake of vegetable, fruit, and less intake of physical activity. Is that a rocket science? But that's where it stands. So your question will be is, this is 1948 when World Health Organizations gave down the definitions of, it's kind of a, regenerative science didn't exist in 1948, right? But look at this definition. It's not an absence of disease, but it's a state of physical, mental, and social well-being. So health is essentially an equilibrium, right? Look at all the old philosophies, Chinese, Ayurveda, and Greek. It's talking about balance between different factors. So if that is health, then disease must be a disequilibrium. Pretty common sense, right? And you can look into different domains, physical, mental, social, spiritual, environmental, financial, occupations, and we can draw many more things that determines the health. And if you look at this disease model, you'll realize we had one session on genetic diseases. Genes contributes just about less than 5 to 10% of any disease. The larger part is the lifestyle that we follow, a little bit on the environmental, we are talking about it. And healing process is restoring back that equilibrium. As simple as it may seem, it is more difficult to actually follow. This is the transition that we are going through. Our TVs were fat. Now our guys have become fat. But look at the lifespan. From 1880s, we were living for about 23 to 25 years. That's all that we lived. People died at around 25 years. 2020s, we are living about 69 to 72 years. That is lifespan, how long you live. I want to introduce a term over here, health span. Lifespan is how long you live. The question is, how healthy do you live throughout that time is most important. If you're on the bed, with tubes, machines attached to you, that really isn't the quality of life that you'd be looking for. Don't try to add years to your life. Think about how to add life to your years. And that is something we want to talk about. I'll be talking about 2 major landmark studies that really change the way we look at medicine. Right? The first study is the heart disease. You just saw that what is killing most of us is the heart diseases. 1990, this is Dr. Dean Ornish. He's a cardiologist from United States. He got tired putting stents after stents for all the patients coming with heart disease. He says, is the natural way that they can heal? And he put in these subjects into what we call it as a randomized control trial. Half of them you do this and just watch the others. This was published in The Lancet. That's one of the leading journals, medical journals. After 1 year and after 5 years, his study showed that the blocked arteries opened up over 1 year and much more over 5 years. But you look at the other graph. When you give them treatment, what happens is it slows down the process of the blockage in the arteries. It slows down. If there was no treatment, it would get blocked much faster, but with medicine, it slows down, but it still progresses. The only thing that reverses was the lifestyle interventions. And this is something that has changed our thinking. The second is diabetes. As physicians, we needed the help of the surgeons who told us how to treat diabetes, how to cure diabetes. The whole area of bariatric surgery came how to reduce the weight of people. That was the major problem. And so what you do is just shrink the stomach so that fellows can't eat much more. Ask the dentist, they will put a dental wiring and just break one hole and give you a straw space so that you can suck some food so that you just starve them so that they reduce weight. I mean, that's how far we can go, ridiculous in our approach, but bariatric surgery just narrows down your stomach, and with that, people were losing weight. And as they lost weight, they realized the sugars was dropping such that they were able to stop the medicines for diabetes. And they suddenly start says, you can cure diabetes just by a bariatric surgeries. If you look at the statistics, 83% of them were able to stop the medicines. 1995, the first study, repeated in 2004, 72% are able to stop the medicines, though at the end of 10 years, 37% people went back to the medicines. Why? They started eating and putting on weight, and the disease came back. So there's something that is interesting happening here, for which people started looking at it and asking that questions. Now, this is just to give you a whole lot of studies that has happened from 1940. The first study was Framingham studies, and all throughout, this graph tells you the number of studies and in different countries that has been there, and the message was the same. Diet, exercise, and keeping away from substances is what gives you good health. So what really happens within our body? If you look in the first row, it is our lifestyles that triggers off a process, we call it as inflammation. What is inflammation? Is a body's immune response against the antigens or the foreign bodies which comes in. In a simple way, if you have a home and if you have a security guard, if the security guard recognizes you and allows you to enter and stop the other persons, that's the role of our immune cells. But if that security guard is unable to recognize you and starts attacking you, it's a state that we call it as immune response in an autoimmune disease. Question. Yeah. So the question, what killed people in COVID? Was it the virus? Or was it your own body's response? Very interesting that it was your body's response. Now, this is American College of Lifestyle Medicine's 2004. They started the whole process of bringing in this concept of lifestyle in the treatment of disease, interestingly being adopted by the American Heart Associations in 2010 and 2022, the American Diabetic Association. So lifestyle is known, but it is taken as a supplement to the medications, not as a primary treatment, and that is something that we are contesting here. The American Cancer Society also recognizes that lifestyle has a significant role in preventing disease. And these are the pillars of lifestyle, which I put it as nutrition, exercise, mental, social, spiritual, and environmental. There are a lot of things to speak upon it, but let me put it in a very summarized way over the next 1 to 2 minutes, is that as you look at the diet, I mean, I'm glad you just had sessions on agriculture. As you take the food in its natural state is what gives you health. The moment you tamper on the food and change it, your health benefit goes away. If you look at grains, you polish it, your health benefit goes away. If you process it, that means you make it in a smaller size, the health benefit goes away. Proteins are required for a growth phase, and when you are old enough, it is just for maintenance phase. It's a myth that people say, I need a lot of proteins, but you just need enough protein for a maintenance, and the protein should be coming from a plant source, because plant source has got a lot of fibers and phytonutrients which fights against diseases. Proteins that comes from animal source are high in saturated fat, and the fat, as you heard today, that we are looking at more data. And so human beings are also getting more fat to preserve yourself for bad days when you don't have enough food. Hopefully that fat will come handy, but really doesn't really work that way. It only creates more problems and blocks your arteries and diseases. So when you look at nutrition, it's all about taking food as it is natural. Exercise, very important. There's something called sitting disease. Sit for more than 6 hours. Most of you are sitting over there. You are almost like smoking a cigarette. That's what sitting disease is. So keep a break whenever you're doing it. Good to stand up, walk around. Mental, social, spiritual are things that also contributes to these pathological process that we call it as inflammation and causes disease. So if you're able to bring the balance between all these parameters, you see body heals. It has an inherent ability to heal itself, and we are seeing that in multiple diseases. And what we have done right now is, just to give you the, sorry. So what we have done is we have started a group called Indian Society of Lifestyle Medicine, which is getting all the doctors and medical professionals together to look into this science of lifestyle medicines. We have just published 2 books on lifestyle medicines and a cookbook. And we have just started a course that is, we just took in a 3rd batch of students who are doing what we call it as postgraduate diploma in lifestyle medicine. So those are some initiatives we have started, and we want to see over a period of time how we can take this concept further. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Dr. George. I'm sure the audience should have learned many things from your talk, and probably it was kind of empowering everyone how to choose your food and how to make the food. The first speaker highlighted what is good food. So we'll move on to the next speaker. Dr. Balmurugan Ramdas. He will give you another perspective to the health issues, and probably through the microscopes.
Yeah, while we are waiting, thank you, Dr. Amar, and thank you, Professor Suprinayak, for having me here. And as you started saying that, last year when you came, you don't know why you are here. I kind of, yesterday, till I met you, I was having the same impression. I felt odd man out here. And so after talking to you, I still haven't made amends to my talk, but I just put all the data and got it yesterday. But since I had my visitor from Australia, I couldn't really tinker it much after our chat. But I will skip a lot of those slides that are not required because I have 15 minutes. So I take 2 slides from both the speakers who spoke earlier. One, Professor Chandler, for 2 slides. One is the slide where he mentioned that there is about 30% of undernutrition, which is one of my case study that I'll talk about. 2 is 53% of women are anemic. That will be my second case study. Okay, 2 case studies I'll explain. And then my Dr. Sam, he mentioned that 6 pillars he mentioned. I'm sure all of us are aware of the 6 pillars, but that all of us know it's difficult to practice. The question that often comes to me is, hey, it's all tasty food on the plate. I cannot avoid them. Tell me something on top of that I will have that can save me. Okay, so then that's where I thought, okay, let me. My entire research focuses on understanding the root, like how he mentioned the 4 things that he would want to do. The first is to understand the root of the problem. So I am going to show some of my data and then just talk about how we can just fly a little above those advices that we keep giving and then end it there, but instead we'll just try and fly above it to, add what we can do to, reset or regenerate health. Okay, that's where I come from, and this is a typical figure that I would like to start with. If you just discount yourself from you, and this is how you look like, because all of us walk around with an aura of microbe called microbiome. What does that mean? Is this working? So all of us carry a lot of microbes around within and around us. Okay, so we just walk around with this microbial aura. We exchange when we are meeting, handshaking, and so on. So these are total microbial cells, which is about more than 10 to 100-fold more than our own cells. So if you see, our human cells are on the foot or the leg, one part of the leg, whereas the remaining cells in our body is full of microbial cells. And if you take the genomic material, it is just the tip of your food that is our human genome, and the remaining portion is full of the microbial genome that is there on and in us. So the organism itself is called the microbiota, and then the sum total of the microbes and the genetic material is called the microbiome. And few more definitions that I want to add is microbiome is implicated in almost all the disease that you can think of. I particularly work on undernutrition biology. I try and understand undernutrition biology and provide intervention, design intervention for it. That's the core of my research. So where are these microbes? As I mentioned, it is almost every part of your body has it, including the fetus that has microbes, brain that has it. We think these are the two sterile places that could possibly be in our body, but nah, they also have microbes. Okay, so what makes it worth studying? Because every one of us have different patterns of microbes. All of us have a different pattern of microbes, and then they resist change. And that makes us make an ID card for each one of us. So why care about them? Because they offer a lot of beneficial functions. Typically, first is that they offer resistance to all the pathogens. 2 is that they train your immune system that Dr. Sam mentioned, that these are the defense forces of our body, so these microbes train them. Lastly and most importantly is the small molecules that they produce in the intestine actually are essential, and then we actually don't notice that these are supplements that you produce in your body and then they make you run. Typically, vitamin K is one thing that is of my interest, and all the minerals that are made bioavailable for absorption. Why I said vitamin K? Because vitamin K strengthens your bone. We don't take vitamin K as supplement. Nobody talks about vitamin K as supplement, and your gut microbes are the major source of your vitamin K. 2, all the minerals that you can think of is made bioavailable by your microbes. Lastly, and the most important or heart of my research is the short-chain fatty acids. The short-chain fatty acids are the metabolic end product that are produced in the intestine, and then the key component of all your fermented foods that you can think of is your short-chain fatty acid, and they are not only the source of energy for you, but it also goes and acts at the level of DNA, and it can reset a lot of things. So any change to these common cells could be disastrous. I'm using the word common cells rather than microbes because that is a distinct feature for the clinical microbiologists that are there who don't care about common cells, but we worry about them more. So what I essentially do is to try and understand at 3 levels. 1 is at the level of intestine, where presence or absence of group of microbes. 2 is what they produce. And 3 is how they interact with us and at the level of our human cells. Okay, so these are some of the definitions, so that when I show some data, so you want to know that I'm talking about this interface between outside world and then the host itself. So what I essentially do is to develop prediction tools to understand what is changing and how to go about changing stuff in our body for health. So most of this we learned from the soil biologists. So this is a typical Porbo plot where the soil biologists used all the abiotic factors, and then they put the biotic factors, the microbes that are there, and then they try to put all of them together to understand what is a healthy soil. So what I'm sure Professor Chandal presented in his talk, saying soil is everything, and then he talked about how to reset soil and the microbes and so on. So what essentially happens is there is the center point is your favorable condition, or the, if I want to translate it to a human condition, the healthy condition of a human. So these nutrients are spread across based on whether it is the pH difference or it is the potential difference. So those are the abiotic factors that determine whether or not a particular nutrient will be available for you. Say for example, soil biologists, they use it to evaluate soil health. They link it with the plant physiology, and then they also understanding that they also decide what kind of fertilizers to use. So I personally help many of my friends who ask me from south of India, where they ask paddy field is, they keep rotating the paddy every, say 6 months, let's say. So the soil dynamics keeps changing, so they keep asking me, can we, change something to, make it more fertile? So we understand the microbial dynamics of the soil. Sorry, I'm deviating from, this is just to pitch in to say how everything is interconnected, okay? It's a quick snapshot I'm showing, okay? So there is this lot of microbes that we could study, and then we could put it with respect to all the abiotic factors, say NPK that we call it in short, or other abiotic factors, pH, EH, whatever the soil, definitions of the healthy soil, you could put with respect to the microbes, and then you can reset them using certain microbes. So what have we done? This is one typical example which I helped in Valparai, where we helped this people in the tea plantation. Tea plantation is a perennial plant as opposed to paddy, which keeps changing twice in a year, whereas tea plantation, they're just there, 100 years. They're just there. And then the tea quality is decreasing, the profits are lower, they have no clue of what to do. Even they change the plantation, they keep changing plantation after a certain number of years, but still they haven't changed the soil parameters, so they're not getting good quality plants. So I had to visit to see how to sample the soil and then reset it. So we threw some amount of microbes based on all the parameters that we measured, and then we reset the health of the soil. So this exactly is what we want to do in a human model, or a disease model, let me call it. So the score of the Furbo plot can be called as a healthy microbe biome, and then how do we bring all the abiotic factors to designing a healthy microbiome is something that we keep wondering. So we know that a healthy microbiome comes with who they are, and then what they do, and then how to maintain that in a stable condition. So, and we also know there are plenty of factors that determine this stability of the microbiome, and predominantly there are two factors that keep changing on a daily basis is your diet and infection and stress and sleep. I'm sure these are four things that keeps changing your microbiome on a daily basis. So infection, of course, we don't have control. Diet, we have control. We have control on diet, we have control on sleep, we have control on stress, how we handle stress. So all those are his 6 pillars that we saw in his talk. So those are determining not just the microbiome, it also determines health at large. So our work is mostly to reset microbiome to benefit for health. And I'll just take 2 case studies to explain that. This is one of the studies that we conducted in Vellore, when I was in Vellore, where for stunted children, you see this child has a choco chip cookie. So what we did is we spiked the choco chip cookie with prebiotics, and then we fed them on a daily basis. Of course, we changed the flavor of the cookies as well on a daily basis, so that otherwise the acceptability was low. So, and then we could change the pH of the fecal sample. It dropped down, and then when we stopped, the pH started going up. So, and then the short chain fatty acid concentration increased with the prebiotic supplementation, and then we could reset the gut environment just by feeding 10 grams of prebiotic on a daily basis. So
2 more minutes, please.
Okay. So let me just make a quick two cases. One is, this is a food map of India, and I'm sure across population, most of the components are the same, of which we are totally different from the West. One is the spices that we eat. Two is the fermented foods that we consume on a daily basis. Three is the high fiber diet. I'm only talking about the traditional food. I'm not talking about the modern food. These are the three components of our traditional food that is unique and that is more detrimental to the microbiome and health at large. So this is to a simple study that we did in Vellore again with the Jawad tribes, which is just a tribal population those days, which did not have any mode of commutation as well. So we had to climb up and then collect stool samples from them and then measure the microbiome. And then the red color you see is from the nearest possible village, which has access to all the nearby town and so on. So you see the microbiome is totally flipped. Green is from the tribal population and red is from the rural population. It's simple dietary habits that these people practiced. And I will take directly to most interesting part of it. The green color is the Roseberia. Roseberia is a particular microbe that is predominant only in the women. So that caught our attention. And then we looked at why in women. So then when I came back, then I joined in Bhubaneswar in AIMS. So then I started wondering why those women in Jawad tribes had more of Roseberia fecalis. We did a study here, and then we found same Roseberia fecalis was more, but only in anemic women. In anemia, Roseberia feces was increased. Then particularly, it was only increased it got associated with NLR. So I will put it inflammation, okay? It is associated with inflammation. Then we realized that this particular microbe has a lot of anti-inflammatory properties. So this particular microbe got promoted in anemic women. So then, hey, now we have something that we know that naturally we are evolved to protect ourselves. So there is this microbe gets promoted to protect this anemic woman. Then how do we use this knowledge? So what we did, one more question still needs to be answered is, we teach our medical students that iron gets absorbed in the duodenum. And it's difficult to go to duodenum, and I'm sure our Professor Supriya will accept. So I went to my gastroenterologist, asked them, hey, is there a way I can go to the duodenum and get a snapshot of what's happening? And then the gastroenterologist told me there's one condition, we can get you a duodenal biopsy. That is, in dyspeptic women, most of the dyspeptic women are anemic as well. So then he said, that's the only condition I can get you. I said, 10 patients, please. So I got 10 biopsies from dyspeptic women, duodenum. And then we took snapshot of what is happening in the duodenum. And then what we found is, if you see, there are two graphs going one direction, and then the next two graphs, one going the opposite direction. So what it means is I made a MRI, which is the microbial redox index. We found that in anemic women, actually, if you see, So this relationship is lost in anemic women, actually. So, which is the anaerobes are not associating, which means the anaerobes are not present there in the duodenum to the extent it should be. Or it is present more, rather. So which means that the environment is actually altered in terms of redox. So one down blue and yellow. So there is complete difference in the stress response. So we figured that this is causing, put the RNA in the duodenum, which is the response to the local environment. And then we found that if you see here, there is a close, tightly packed interaction that is happening between the blood test that we do, the microbe that is present, and then the gene expression that happens. Altogether, it says that the duodenum is actually begging for iron, because the transferrin receptor, which we say, this is just a receptor which actually captures any iron that is there in the circulation. The enterocyte, the cell that absorbs iron is telling, hey, I am starved of iron, just give me more iron. From inside it is asking. So which means we have all kinds of policy. So that is case 1. Case 2 is we have national policy which says throw a lot of iron. We are throwing about 60 milligrams of iron for pregnant women for 180 days. Are we doing the right thing now? Because we know that the duodenum says, hey, you put whatever iron, those are not getting absorbed, and then we are throwing lot of iron, more iron. So then what does that mean? So what we did is we just did a study where we just gave pregnant women for 180 days, we just gave what is called native yogurt banana shake. Native yogurt banana shake is nothing but you have the banana at home, you have the yogurt at home. We just gave them a native yogurt banana shake for 180 days. And we just reset the child bond, the growth parameters of the child bond to them. We followed the child for about 1 year, and then we could just, the HAS scores we call it, that is the indicator of the height of the child, and then we could maintain the height of the child in a healthy trajectory till 1 year. What we did, we just, on top of everything that these people are eating, we just gave about a yogurt shake. That's the common man's language. Yogurt shake, which had banana. So banana yogurt shake, that's all we gave for 180 days. We went door to door. We just gave 1 tablet of iron, 1 yogurt banana shake. Made sure they consumed it. We followed them up till the delivery. We followed them up for 1 year, and then we showed that it is associated with the growth of the child. As simple as that. So I'll stop here. I know I can go on and on because this is what I do. So what I have done is that I have characterized all the fermented food that is available locally, like the fermented rice water or the torni that they call locally, or the pokal bath that is there in locally, and then the torni I have characterized. These are some of the microbes that are present in the torni. And then if you see all the good bacteria are present more in these fermented foods, and these are all kind of vitamin K producers and vitamin B12 producers which we are struggling to get from our food. 2, these are another fermented food that we have in Tamil Nadu, where it's called Panchamrit. And then like the soil, he mentioned a name, I forgot, like we have for children called Balamrit. For soil also you mentioned a name, some Amrit, I forgot. And Panchamrit we have in south of India, where we have concoction of 5 ingredients, and then it has good short chain fatty acids and good bacteria that is useful for any children at any age. And then the top panel is the Nioba that I mentioned. It has good bacteria, so we can happily give anybody at any age. So these are some of the other common food I recommend on top of anything that you're eating. Eat burger, great. No physical activity, I'm sorry, I will not comment on that, but you can go ahead and eat any of this on a daily basis to keep your gut healthy and to reset all this 6 pillars I can't talk, at least the 1 or 2 pillars that you can certainly benefit out of consuming any of the 6 food on a daily basis. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Balmurugan, for taking us inside our body, that is the internal milieu. And a complex thing, you have made it so simple, and then you have walked us through the lab, under the microscope, to the clinics, to the policy makings. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
We'll take on these questions later on. I think this talk also highlights what all similarities lies between plants and human beings or the animals. And that again brings out the commonalities and similarities between the system sciences, which is applicable in plants and agriculture and industries and all. It should be also applicable to the medical science also. but it is so difficult to convince the medical fraternity about the system science as I was till the other day. But we will try. I'm sure in the next conference we'll be many more from the medical fraternity joining in these discussions. So we have the next speaker, that is Dr. Rohin Mittal. He was unable to come to Bhubaneswar because of cancellation of flights. He will be joining us online. He's speaking from Vellore, CMC Vellore. Probably he will continue with Dr. Balmurugan's talk about microbiomes. Oh, Rohin, are you there?
Yes, hi, good morning. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Dr. Nayak, and thank you to Dr. Amar for giving me this opportunity. I really wanted to be there in person, but unfortunately the current ongoing flight fiasco made it impossible to come. I'm going to continue from what the previous speakers have said. I mean, Dr. Balamurugan has beautifully talked about the microbiome, Dr. Haddak talked about food, and Dr. Chandel talked about the microorganisms in the soil and how regeneration and diversification of that is very important to plant health. And I'm going to take that to the human gut and talk in the next 10 minutes about the gut microbiome and how, again, diversity and regeneration in this is extremely important to health. Now, I'm a surgeon. So I'm going to talk about surgical diseases. Normally surgery is viewed as, removal of body parts or disease, but there's a lot which you can talk about regenerative human physiology in surgery as well. And that's what I'm going to try and do in the next 10 minutes. We've already talked about the microbiome, and we know that the GI tract is one of the largest interface between us as humans and the environment. If you actually take the surface area of the GI tract, it's about 250 to 400 meters squares. So in common terms, it's as big as one of those large cinema screens that you see when you go for the movies. And this gut handles a lot of food. On an average lifetime, as humans, we eat 60 tons of food, and all of it passes through your intestine. And it interacts with the microbiome in the intestine. And maintaining this gut integrity is essential for health and for disease. What is the microbiome? We've already heard about that, so I will skip that. It is a host of microorganisms that colonize the human GI tract. And as was mentioned by Dr. Balamurugan, there are more bacteria in the human body than human cells. And together with bacteria, we have co-evolved. And the superorganism that we call humans is actually, half bacteria, half us. What factors affect the gut microbiome? Again, spoken to by the previous speaker, the most important factor that affects the microbiome is the diet. Then, of course, the environment, the lifestyle, immunity, infections, and in this day and age, the effect of the antibiotics that we take is a major factor on the gut microbiome. The gut microbiome is important. We've heard this. It does have mechanisms for homeostasis and regeneration. It has redundancy, but it has its limits. When we reach beyond the limits, then it leads to disease and failure to regeneration and therefore disease. So I'm going to look at 3 specific scenarios, more surgical scenarios, to look at how the gut microbiome interacts with the body to create disease and health, and how altering the microbiome can help in recovery. So this again was talked about briefly. So sometimes in surgery, what we have to do is something called a stoma. So when there is disease in the intestine, sometimes we have to bypass parts of the bowel so that the bowel can heal. And that is what is called a stoma. So if you look at it, there are 2 types. One is the colostomy and the ileostomy, where this part of the intestine will not have any food going through it because it is bypassed. Now, what happens? This is the normal human intestine. If you look at it from the inside, this is how the normal human intestine looks. What happens the moment we bypass food and food is not passing through the intestine starts looking like this. This is intestine where food is not passing through it. And this obviously you can see it is red, it is angry, it looks diseased. And this is what we call as diversion colitis. Meaning when the food is diverted, the intestine develops inflammation, which is called colitis. Now why does this happen? It happens because the microbes in the colon, which are present, metabolize the unabsorbed dietary carbohydrates that come in the colon. They produce short chain fatty acids. Again, Professor Balamurugan had mentioned about this. They produce short chain fatty acids as part of their metabolism. And these are then absorbed by the cells, and this is what provides the energy for the cells. And when there is no when there is no food coming in, there are no carbohydrates, there is no short chain fatty acids, and therefore this leads to inflammation, this leads to disease, what is called divergent colitis. How do we treat it? Best is to restore the normal intestinal continuity, let food pass through the intestine, the short chain fatty acids are produced and the disease becomes better. If not, we have to replace it with short chain fatty acid enemas. Now this is just one example. There are multiple similar effects seen with multiple other diseases where prolonged fasting is required, and therefore in medical terms we do not encourage very prolonged fasting for some of our patients, especially surgical patients, where sometimes we say that patients will need to be fasting for a few days altogether. And even in these days, minimal feeds have to be continued to maintain the gut mucosal and the microbial integrity. Looking at another scenario, now this is something surgical. We'll talk about gut healing. So very often in surgery, we've got to remove parts of the intestine and then we stitch intestines together and then they have to heal. Healing really depends on a good blood supply. So unless the blood supply is good, the healing won't happen. It shouldn't really be under tension, and the parts which we are stitching together should be free of disease, and it should be technically sound. Now, even when we do our best and all these are available, we find that about 5% of these pieces of intestine that we join together will leak. And a leak is a disaster. It creates severe problems and it can cause a lot of problems for patients. Although we follow all precautions and every other thing, sometimes they leak. And so when we look at why do these patients leak, or why does the intestine not heal, despite all traditional factors being addressed. Back in so I'll take you to an experiment back in 1955. So now these two surgeons, Korn and Rice, they took dog intestine and they cut pieces of intestine and then joined it together. And you can see that there's a joint. What they did is they cut off the blood supply to one part. So you can see that this part of it is red, whereas this part of it is looking a bit dark. And as expected, when there was no blood supply to this part of the intestine did not heal. And you can see that here there's a bit of dead intestine, it has not really healed. What they did next was, they did the same thing. They took a bit of dog intestine, cut it, joined it, reduced the blood supply. But what they also did is put in this catheter, and what they did is they gave antibiotics inside the bowel. And when we gave antibiotics, what they saw is, miraculously, the bowel actually healed. It did not die. And thus, they hypothesized that the microbiota in the intestine also play an important role in healing. It is not just the blood supply. Even if the blood supply is a little bit less, if you give antibiotics, things heal. So, that is what they said, that repeated topical antibiotic application helps healing even when the blood supply was divided. Fast forward into 2015, another experiment, this time in rats, where experimenters took rat intestine and sutured them together. And then they looked at the ones that had leaked and the ones that had not leaked. And what they found is that in the rats where the intestine did not heal, the E. fecalis strains were much higher. And then when they directly applied antibiotics directed towards E. fecalis, the leak rates decreased. Looking at some of the work that has been done in our unit, so this is work done by two of my postgraduates as part of their dissertation. We took humans undergoing colonic surgery. We looked at tissues from the ends of the bowel, they were stored, and then patients who leaked and who did not leak were compared, and the whole microbiome was sequenced to see is there any difference. And you can see we looked at patients who leaked and patients who didn't leak through a host of mechanisms, including metagenomic sequencing, and you can see that the microbiome was different. The types of bacteria that we see were different. So the left side is the patients who had a leak and the right side is the patients who didn't have a leak, and you can see obvious difference in the types of bacteria that are there. We also looked at the diversity of the bacteria, and what we found is that in patients where there were problems, the diversity was much less. The more the diversity, the better it is for you. The less the diversity, the higher chance that you'll have complications. And so there were significant differences in both groups, and the diversity was actually, less diversity is worse. And this is what needs to be addressed to improve outcomes. Taking it one step further, what can we do? We can target antibiotics for the harmful bacteria, but even better is to try and address the problem at its base. So then what one group from US has done is looked at a low fat, high fiber diet and healing. So this was another mice experiment where again in mice, part of the intestine was removed and then stitched back together. And half the mice were given a high fat Western type diet and half the mice were given a standard chow diet, which is the low fat, high fiber fiber food. And this was the experiment. So if you can look at it, the mice were all fed Western diet, and in the bottom there were mice who were fed this chow diet. They all underwent their operation and were followed up. And what was found that the Western diet, which is the high fat fed mice, had significantly higher leak rates. And then the Enterococcus species were also much more abundant in these mice which had been fed the so-called high fat diet. And that again goes on to prove that the microbiome actually makes a difference in outcomes. And the food that we eat actually makes a difference. These investigators then went on to one more step ahead. What they did is, in the subset of mice which were fed the Western diet for 6 weeks, what they did is they gave varying periods of the chow diet or the standard diet again. So some of them mice were switched to 2 days of high fiber diet, some of them were switched to 4 days, some of them 6 days of high fiber diet, and then underwent the operation. And interestingly, what was found is that switching back from the Western diet to the standard diet or the high fiber diet, even for a period as low as 2 days, improved outcomes, and the complications and the leak rates decreased. So the microbiome changed back even in as short as 2 days if the diet was changed. And so the conclusion from this is that the microbiome plays a very integral role in gut healing. The food is very important, and changing the food that we eat can result in gut healing and can result in improved outcomes in even as low as 2 to 3 days. And the restoration of the microbiome is important to promote good outcomes in surgery. One last scenario, this relates to another disease that we treat as surgeons, which is inflammatory bowel disease. Now, if you look at inflammatory bowel disease, there is inflammation of the bowel. Again, on the top here, this figure is normal bowel. This is bowel in inflammatory bowel disease. And this disease is because of interaction between the host, the environment, the microbiome, diet, and a lot of immune factors. Normally, we have to give steroids and some immune modulating medication to try and treat this. And in very severe cases, the bowel has to be removed. And now you can imagine removing large bits of bowel, having a major operation, has a major effect on patients, and there are complications that can happen. Okay, so this is one of the specimens. We had to remove the entire bowel in this patient because they had severe colitis. Now, there is increasing interest in the gut microbiome in these cases, and what we have found is that the microbiome in these cases is different from the normal people. And the traditional factors which we thought affected inflammatory bowel disease are all factors that actually affect the microbiome. So we know that diet, smoking, antibiotics, the level of sanitation plays a direct role in inflammatory bowel disease. But now we can understand that these are the very factors that affect the microbiome. And so therefore, it is the microbiome which is more important in inflammatory bowel disease than actually the other factors. And treatment aimed at microbiome can therefore help. And so we can give probiotics, which was again mentioned by Dr. Balamurgan. And one radical option in such cases where no other option is left and the patient is extremely sick is fecal microbiota transplant or a transplant of the microbiome. Fecal microbiota transplant or stool transplant, essentially, as crude as it sounds, means that we take donor feces, it is processed, blended, filtered, and then ultimately made into capsules or a solution. And then it is transplanted into the intestine either through a tube or through an endoscope so that it replaces the diseased microbiome which is already present in the patient. There's some patient preparation we have to do, but in a sense, we replace the microbiome of the patient with that of a healthy person. Now, what we see is normally in very, very sick patients, up to half of the patients will require surgery, which is major surgery. But if we do stool transplant or fecal microbiota transplant, up to 90% of these patients don't need surgery. They can become healthy and they can go into remission. Now, in cases of Clostridium difficile colitis and in IBD, there is significant reduction in the need of surgery, and a lot of these patients become well just with microbiota transplant.
Rohin,
now, as mentioned by the previous speaker, again,
Rohin, you want to wind up?
just 2 more slides. Yes, sir. So, dysbiosis causes a lot of diseases, as mentioned by the last speaker. The gut microbiome regeneration homeostasis is essential. So we can treat it by 4 ways. We can do by additions like probiotics and nutrients. We can remove harmful bacteria by giving antibiotics. We can modify the microbiome or restore it with the diet and some other measures, as I had shown with the chow diet. And sometimes we have to do complete replacement of this microbiome as in a transplant. And these are the ways by which we regenerate our microbiome for health. To conclude, the microbiome is a part of us, and together we are the superorganism. What we eat is who we are. The microbiome is what keeps us healthy and disease. There is redundancy in the microbiome, but when we cross the limit of redundancy, there can be disease. The regeneration should happen. I think a lot of exciting work will focus on the microbiome and health in the near future. Thank you. This is the team that I work with, and a lot of the work that I presented has actually been done by them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rohan, for those wonderful experiments which you shared with us and highlighted how a microbiome helps human health. While we go to the next speaker, Dr. Padmaja Mishra, while they organize that, I think what common thing stands out, please go ahead. What thing stands out common both in the first talk and the rest of the talks is that the microbiome is the most essential thing, and which has been neglected so far, not thought about. Of late is been given more importance. And as rightly said, the pakal, so-called the superfood, one of the superfoods, has got microbiomes, and that's why because of that it is helping. But the thing is, the marketing people have so conveniently packaged it in such a way that this is sold at higher prices and for much profit than their cost price. So therefore people are actually hesitant to take all this. But in the villages and rural areas, if you go around, I'm sure those people will be consuming happily, and they are much more healthier than the urban population. Maybe somebody should look at this pattern of their diet in regions and then come up with a study, and there probably some policy can come up that this should be the standard of diet in this region to maintain a good health. I think Dr. Padmaja will probably highlight different aspect of the health which is on the ground. So let's hear her.
Thank you so much, sir. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. As I am the last speaker for this panel of discussion, so definitely Damocles sword is on me. I'll try to give some productive output on this. Can we start? Sure.
This one, right?
Yeah.
This one?
Yes, it is coming. Okay. So before she settles out, as I belong to the fraternity of Ayurveda, little bit, though I had prepared something else, little bit I'd like to highlight on this domain particularly. When we speak about Ayurveda, it is not another system of medicine that we are discussing. It is just Ayushah Veda Ayurveda. So basically, when we talk about life, when we talk about life sciences, it is not confined to the treatment sector only. It is about how to lead your life, how to take care of it till you fall sick, and how to take care of it when you fall sick. So both the aspects that is being described in Ayurveda, all the speakers, they have spoken elaborately on this aspect, so I'll not go into detail. But in simple words, Ayurveda is that science which defines what is beneficial and what is harmful for life. In simple words, it explains the sources of happiness and sorrow. It addresses the major, nature, as well as the quality of life itself. It's the science of Ayu, like I said, is the science of life, and not only human life. There are Pashu Ayurveda, there are consideration for our environment. Everything is embedded in that structure. Now, one small definition of health, what we discuss mainly in Ayurveda, that I would like to share with you people, so that little bit idea we all will have. Because it is not about segregating the things, segregating health into different domains. It's about getting all the things on one platform so that we can get some productive and effective output. As per Ayurveda, we say, samadosha samagnischa samadhatu malakriya prasanna atmendriya manaha swastha ityavidhiyate. That means when we talk about health, like these components, dosha, dhatu, agni, all these are physical aspects. Along with that, we deal with prasanna, atma, indriya and manaha. Like we all know, sometimes while speaking also in our day-to-day life, soul, our mind, our brain, all these things we mix up together. But there is a clear distinction between them, which is being explained in Ayurveda. I'll not go into detailed session on that, but just to make all aware that what WHO in 1986 in Ottawa chapter, it came up with the aspect of social health, aspect of spiritual health. That thing was already discussed, that thing already existed in Ayurveda 5,000 years back. In 1948, Sir had already told about the definition of health. What in 1948 WHO had recommended is the complete physical, mental and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease and infirmity. Now there are three things basically, as because there is shortage of time, and like I said, I being the last speaker, I'll try to put something good which you can take home with you. There are three aspects basically which I'd like to share with all of you. First is, what is the speciality about the process of treatment in Ayurveda. Second is the regeneration part. And like in a lighter note, I would say, God has manufactured each one of us in his own factory with only one model. So none of us have another replica anywhere all over the world. In a similar manner, in Ayurveda, whenever we deal with a patient, it's a completely individual centered, personalized treatment thing that we offer. Like Sir said, suppose we are talking about Pokhala or Torani, and in this weather, you go somewhere and you suggest that thing to the person. We have to consider few factors before suggesting that to that person also. In Torani also, sir, I'd like to add a little bit, being a homemaker myself also, Torani also has many varieties. What you prepare rice now, if you take it in the evening with simply adding lemon, that makes one kind of Torani. If you ferment it, it becomes another one. And there is a process of preparing a food called kanji. Some might be knowing that that is also another food in South India. So all those things are there. That is why Ayurveda comes into play, where we think about individual approach. Like when we are considering about disease, in general, even in my practice, when I come across patient with some symptoms, we scribble some medicines. We don't get into the detail, but in a common way, when we see things, we are pouring tea in a cup. Till it overflows, we don't see. the T is there. In the same way, in Ayurveda, dosha is one factor, which a normal word you can say toxin. When it gets accumulated in our body, we don't see it. There are, here in this thing, these are all technical things. It will take a technical session of 1 hour, so I'll not get into details. There is one thing called Purva Rupa. Nidana, then Purva Rupa, then Rupa. So whenever there is accumulation of toxin in our body gives some signals, which many a times we ignore. Till that toxin reaches the threshold, like when we get infected with some bacteria, till its colony gets stabilized, they reach a number. There is no manifestation of symptoms. That's the same way we deal with this. In Ayurveda, in an explicit manner, all these are being discussed. So there is also one aspect of Ayurveda, which many a times as doctors we ignore. Sadhya sadhyata. So when a patient approaches us, there is a certain protocol, whether the disease is sadhya, sukha sadhya, kruchra sadhya, whether it is easily treatable or it's difficult to treat. And another one is japya, which is coming under asadhya, which is not treatable. That means you have to carry on with the disease till your lifetime. And the last one is pratyakshya. There are some diseases where that patient cannot be treated at all, and the doctor has to refuse the patient except taking care of the daily symptomatic treatment what you see. So that's the way we see the disease aspect. And for a patient also, like I said, we consider all the aspects. When we see, like when we are doing some studies now, we have divided in economic groups, we have divided in geographical areas likewise. But when a patient comes, all these aspects like Prakriti, Vikriti, Ahara, Vyayama, all those 6 components sir was telling. Now we are focusing on the components of health that affect our physical body. But earlier also everything was written. Suppose Bayaha and Bala, these two are the things. Bayaha means your normal numerical age. But along with that, when now we are seeing the patients, we are seeing the strength, the stamina, which was already mentioned in the text as Bala. What is the capacity? And there is one more factor called Satmya, which says the compatibility to the environment. Someone comes from abroad, he has to stay here. So what is his compatibility factor? That also we need to understand. And the last part for which we all are under this roof, the small thing, which are some practical aspect that we do, that I'd like to share with all of you. In Ayurveda particularly, regeneration means is the ongoing physiological process. Regeneration is not a one-day affair, or it's not only when you fall sick, or only when you see something is wrong, we need to go for it. Regeneration is our regular physiological process for the renewal and repair of our tissues. Mainly in Ayurveda, we deal with regeneration part as Rasayan Chikitsa. Like the purpose of Ayurveda, when I was telling, it covers 2 dimensions. Susthasya swasthya rakshanam, aturasya vikara prasamanam. Means someone who is okay, who is in good shape of health. We try to take care of that health. We try to continue with the same status of health. And aturasya vikara prasamanam means someone who is not okay, who is not in good state of health, we try to heal him. So in that healing process, in our day-to-day life, in both the sectors, Rasayan Chikitsa is required. Target, as you all know, from all domain of health, all domain of life, you all know everything. So these 5, promoting cell renewals, tissue repair, improving immunity, enhance vitality, delaying aging process, and to enhance the longevity. Like sir said, it is not the number in your age, it's the quality of life that you enjoy. Getting confined to the ICU bed does not mean that you are leaving. Mainly, there are these 4 sectors in which we work for regeneration purpose. One is Panchakarma, as you all might have heard the term. Panchakarma covers 5 kind of processes in your body. These are not, you can say these are all parasurgical processes where we prepare the body for deep detoxification. As per Ayurveda, there is dosha concept. Sir was describing Vata, Pitta and Kapha. We balance the doshas and overall we improve the metabolism and digestion, enhance tissue nourishment. In this process also, we can help in reduction of stress and to clarify our mental status.
Dr. Padma, 2 more minutes, please.
Yes, sir. This is the last but one slide, sir.
Okay.
So, and the second one we do is herbal and mineral formulations. Like everyone who is aware about medicine, in Ayurveda we deal with medication as a single drug or a multi-drug therapy. In even our kitchen setup, whatever spices, like sir was telling, spices we are having, those are all medicine if used in a proper manner. One small example that will be takeaway for all of you when you go. We always come across the word Triphala, where there is Haritaki, Bibitaki and Amla. Triphala, it can be used in dysentery, it can be used to cure constipation also. All depends on the method of preparation, the method of administration, and there is one word called Anupana, the thing that we give it with. Like, if it is hot water, it is kanji, it is warm water, likewise. So some common formulation I had put, many of them you have been aware since COVID-19. So I don't think knowledge enhancement is needed. And dietary and lifestyle changes, that is in a detailed way, it is being described. For seasonal changes, there is Ritucharya. Everything is described in Ayurveda. In Charak Samhita, it is there. Dinacharya, every day, how it should go. How to brush your teeth. That also our kids don't know. How to take a bath, when to take a bath, when to drink water. Every small details. You take care of your health in small way, it will give the benefit in a bigger way. And last part of my presentation is this external therapies of regeneration, which some of us might be knowing. One is Abhyanga, that is plain oil massage, but with some herbal oil and some technique of Abhyangam. Another one is Swedan we say that. There are also several processes for that. Sirodhara, Levanam, Udvartanam is one where we simply, we use to remove all the dead cells from our body through dry powder, through some herbal decoction. That procedure is known as Udvartan. And for removal of our toxins from our body, there is localized Vasti also. Herbal poultice massage is there, oil bath is there. Lot of things are there. So I'll not take much of your time. I hope I could give some input on Ayurveda. Thank you so much. Thank you organizers. Thank you Sasmi madam. Thank you Dr. Ambar. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure many of us are ignorant about the Ayurveda. At least you have taught us few words and few principles. But the best way to go forward, maybe, the Ayurveda should be incorporated with the lifestyle changes. With the principles of Ayurveda, if incorporated the lifestyle changes, probably the best outcome may be there. How much time you are giving us for the Q&A? If you all are hungry, we will close. If you are not, then we will take few questions. Any questions from the floor? Yes, please.
won't keep you from lunch very long. I'd like to offer a reflection, actually. That was an amazing set of presentations. Thank you so much. It was a real delight. So I'd like to come back to the topic of inflammation, because inflammation isn't really properly understood. Yeah? And I'd like to offer some insights which I think are reflected across your talks. So inflammation is a process of response to threat or injury. Yeah? And this shouldn't be confused with an inflammatory state. Yeah? An inflammatory state is a state of essentially remodeling. Yeah? And when that remodeling is required, it is a prerequisite for healing. But it is also pathogenic if it is a response to unresolved stress. And many infections in cancer promote that unresolved stress. Now, we see this kind of behavior also in our organizations. And when there's unresolved stress, we have firefighting. And in our agriculture, we've seen that we respond to that stress with treatments that address symptoms but don't address the underlying problem. And clearly the microbiome has a key role to play in our agriculture, but also in our own healthcare. So chronic inflammation could be considered to be inappropriate sustainability. It's sustaining something that should not be sustained. And these are just a few of the things I like to offer from the perspective of inflammation, because we really do need to understand it a lot better. But thank you so much for the talks. Just, very, very insightful.
Thank you. Any other questions? Well, I would like to pose one question to Dr. Chandal. You mentioned that natural farming are very high, steep. What might be the reason?
The farm practices is the only reason. When it comes to the organic farming, when you buy the inputs from the outside market, it will enhance the cost of cultivation. And definitely the cultivator will demand more. So our purpose is to enhance the availability and affordability, which we are doing.
Yeah, probably if it is upscaled, then most likely in the future it will be cheaper. Yes, please.
Thank you for a great set of talks. I agree with Gary. My question is about the connection between Homo sapiens and global climate change. No one has mentioned essentially greenhouse gas production by humans, the role of the microbiome in fostering particular greenhouse gas emissions, and therefore some feedback dynamics in terms of diet. In the Western world, we're perhaps not as in touch with some of these things as you, but I mean, FODMAP diets, problems with gluten, these sorts of things.
Just one intervention. Yes. If everyone is okay, we are already late by around 20 minutes, but we can take some more time, and all the sessions in the afternoon we can shift it by half hour, so that we have 1 hour of our lunch time and we don't get into that. Is that okay with all of us? Yeah. So
okay, thank you. I think just to sum up, if there are no questions, probably what resounds in my mind from the first two speakers, that is Professor Chandal and Dr. George Samuel Hansdaq, was balance. That is what which came out so vividly, that balancing whatever you are doing, balancing everything together goes well for the plants as well as for the human body. And going on to the next commonality between Dr. Malburgen and Dr. Rohin Mittal, what stands is the diversity in the microbes. And I just want to relate that we have some infection of these soft tissues, skin infections, known as necrotizing fasciitis. What causes that is a different story, but what is interesting to note that the mortality is very, very high when there is single organism infection. But the infection, if it is multiple organisms cause the infection, the mortality is reduced and the outcome is better. So probably diversity is the answer for our better survival and fighting the diseases. And going on to Ayurveda, probably the principles of Ayurveda probably sounds good to amalgamate with the allopathic ways of lifestyle changes so that the best of both fields can be made to good use for a better health or a good health. Thank you everybody. I think everybody is hungry. We should move on to lunch and wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Yeah, take off. And thanks to our chairman from our side for conducting this session.
A heartfelt thank you to all our distinguished speakers for sharing their great insights, experiences, and time with us. It's been truly inspiring to see how systems thinking has related to natural farming, integrative medicines, Ayurvedic medicines, nutritional microbiome, and grassroots actions come together to create pathways for institutions to become truly regenerative in nature. I hope that all of us take away not just the ideas, but a sense of responsibility and sense of action for the future. Now I would like to request Dr. Sukriya Naik to present the mementos to our speakers of the session. Sir, please. Professor Chandel, please. Samuel Hansteck, Dr. Samuel Hansteck. Dr. Balamurugan, please. Dr. Padmaja. I would like to request Mr. George to receive the memento for Dr. Mittal.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now I would like to invite Professor Sashmi Naik, Ambedkar Chair Professor Niswas, to present the memento to the chair of the session, Dr. Sukriya Naik. So with that, we bring this plenary session to a close. We invite you all to please move to the dining hall for a lunch session as per the schedule. Thank you once again for the great insights and have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you.